You know, Mike is a great call out there because I literally unmuted it to go live, checked it, and in checking it, remuted it. But welcome, everybody. We're welcome back to the Jank Tour. Thanks for the call out, Rat King. You should be able to hear me now. This is just, you know, the classic... I psych myself out that I muted my own microphone, go to check my microphone, and in doing so, mute my microphone. That it wouldn't be a Jank Tour stream without. Thank you so much. I mean, that's why we have mod teams for. To be fair, I would have got it eventually, since I do see waveforms, and there wouldn't have been any waveforms. I would just have to have actually looked at that instead of looking at the camera. But I would have gotten there eventually. But yeah, no, welcome back to another wonderful week of content. It's going to be fantastic. I'm at least looking very forward to it. Housekeeping up top. This week is gonna be a little weird when it comes to the timing on everything of like when we are gonna be live, what we are gonna be doing when we were live, things like that. Mainly in the interest of like right now we are going live a little bit early because as I announced on Instagram and in the Discord today, and now I'm gonna announce here live on chat. You know, I think that that's a really good masculine urge. I'm not against that. I don't know what the legality around keeping a stiletto in your boot is, but I do think it's dope. No, so we're going live today. Wednesday, I have a family obligation in the afternoon that at this point is kind of ambiguous as to what exact time it is, but either way that it ends up like breaking, it's right in the middle of when we are going to generally go live, and so I just don't think we're gonna have a stream on Wednesday this week. The other heads up that I want to give is next week is gonna be all over the place, for a good reason. Okay. That requires you to wear at least 4-inch tall boots, which, like, I could see you rocking some absolutely great, like, knee-high boots, but I don't think that those are your everyday wear. Just as a general vibe check on you as one of your friends. Not that you couldn't pull them off, just that I don't know that you would wear them. But next week is going to be a very interesting week. One, because we're going to try and make some big changes. See, now that I don't doubt. I just doubt that you would wear go-go boots and a very nice leg slit evening gown every single day as your daily wear. I don't doubt that you would wear it every now and then as like a special going out, here's my knife boots kind of event, but I do call into question your commitment to having that be your daily. I rock up to my 9-to-5 job wearing go-go boots and a very nice leg slit evening gown. Not to, you know, call you out, but it's just my read on the situation. But, so, one of the things that we dealt with in this past month of March, which I want to say, once again, this is our first stream, really, like our first full week of streams since the end of the month, and I want to say thank you once again for all of your support throughout the month of March. We're on a very interesting trajectory, and we literally, like, last day of the month is when we hit this, we are getting to the point where the streaming income is such that we are getting a payout other than the month of January, which was just gangbusters. We're getting a payout about every 2 months. What that means is that it usually takes about 2 months between ad revenue and supporting the stream via... you know, that would be fantastic. I do love that, Rat King. But I do appreciate that. It does help we are probably going to get a payout there, but it does still mean that we need to continue working the other jobs and trying to get specifically more jobs. And the big uptick was that in March, we had the opportunity to work 3 days, and we had the streams affected for that. My schedule for the part-time job ramps up significantly in April, in that already in April, I am on the clock for the 15th, 16th, 17th, 21st, and 28th for considerable amounts of time. The only one of those that should potentially interfere with regular streaming operations is that Friday the 17th and the Mondays the 21st and the 28th. Those are going to definitely be affected in some way. In that Monday the 28th, we are just probably not going to have a stream at all because I work that day 9 a.m. to 11:45 and then 12:45 to 3:45. So just like, if it was just one or the other of those, we could maybe make something work, but the fact that I'm working both, which is a good thing, once again, not a complaint. This is the thing that allows us to keep streaming, is we do the job so that we can get the money so that we can keep streaming, and then hopefully we can make the streams better. Which hopefully there's an improvement in the streams. I'm trying a different color and intensity of lighting today to see if it makes me look better. And if it does, we'll keep going with this one. Since I have the ability to cycle through like 4 or 5 different intensities and colors of lighting. And it's something that I've been thinking about. It's just like, I do think that I've been actually kind of really blown out a lot on these. And so it's like, what if we try a different setup? Maybe we're better lit and we can do things like that. So we've got that going on. What that means specifically is, as a recap, I'm just trying to do all the housekeeping up front, and then we can get into the like actual chilling and talking as friends and compatriots here as all one underneath the drawer. What that means is that this week, early stream today, we're going to probably do early streams on Mondays going forward. If we keep getting the success that we're getting on the early streams, we might just move to early streams across the board. With our exception being either work days or specifically Fridays. I like going late playing Monster Hunter on Fridays. Monster Hunter Fridays has been a lot of fun. And I think we've been getting a lot of really good turnout from that. So we've got that going on. And then next week, there shouldn't be any big impact. Other than we might have a late start. Monster Hunter Fridays, I think, are most of the mod team's favorite. They're also the only ones that we can considerably get like 5 or 6 people into. And we have people specifically join for the Monster Hunter Fridays. Which, we've made some big strides on the Monster Hunter Fridays. Not necessarily as far as story progression. But I finally started dabbling my toes last Friday into not playing what I have labeled easy baby mode. Easy baby mode being using the Defender Alpha Plus gear and the Defender weapons. And it was entirely incentivized by the fact that one of the weapons I saw was like paired rapiers that looked really dope. And I was like, ooh, that looks cool. And it's sure a massive downgrade from the Defender gear, but it's not that big of a downgrade. And then when we did that, I was like, cool, now I don't want to wear all of my like super overpowered armor because like I know it's super overpowered and I want to try something else. And so then it was we got on a call with Gentetsu where he explained how build crafting works, not in a like build this sense, but in a like here's the like I think it was like a 20-minute segment of stream of just him being like, here's a very brief overview of the things to care about and not care about, and I won't tell you why or how or what they work on, but just like look at skills, stack skills together, figure it out from there. And so we look absolutely hideous in our very like wild amalgamation of gear and things that we are wearing. But we aren't playing easy baby mode anymore. He does do a lot of armor building, and he is definitely an expert on the idea and the concept behind it. And he was being very helpful, since he's also been in similar conversations that you and I have had of like what I want this experience to be. Of he's like, hey, let's hop on a call because you're gonna need some guidance on this, but I won't tell you how to do it or what to do. Just like brief introduction that I know they won't cover in tutorials, so that you know what you're doing conceptually. And then he hopped off the call and we started doing stuff on our own. And so I put together a weird build that I was rocking with. And then we went and tested it by trying to solo hunt an Anjanath in an expedition. And we did do it. We fainted twice, but we did it. And so it was definitely like, hey, I definitely learned a lot from that experience of, one, the community's definitely down for Monster Hunter, and we're gonna keep doing Monster Hunter Fridays. Two, I was playing on easy baby mode, and it was making it so I wasn't actually learning how to play the game a little bit, in that, like, there was so many things when I was on easy baby mode where I had the armor that was giving me a lot of health and making it so I was taking a lot less damage, and then I was doing all these other things. If I would just, like, face tank a whole bunch of things that I really shouldn't be face tanking. And so now I needed to get way better at, like, being more passive, learning my attack windows, learning how to dodge attacks, learning how to, like, I had to spend a lot of time Friday evening learning how to actively heal, in that it's like, oh, if I need to drink my potion, I either need to get a whole bunch of gear that makes it so I drink potions instantaneously, which I can't craft yet because I haven't unlocked, or I have to get really good at disengaging, running away, and like hiding, and then drinking my potion and hiding, but not running so far away that I get the monster to run away and drop aggro, so I have to go find it and hunt it down again, and maybe I miss its expedition window. So, it's been a lot of fun. All this to say, I'm really vibing with Monster Hunter Fridays. And it's been so successful that there are a lot of things that starting next week I want to start introducing and working into these things and dropping some of our worst performing things of, like, we probably aren't going to be playing TFT that much anymore. We might eventually get to the point where we're doing Football Manager only once a week. And there may come a day that on Twitch we just don't Football Manager at all anymore. Who's to say? As we try to experiment with other things and pull in other ways to just try and figure out what gets us the best possible chance of success. And what we like doing. And we'll figure that out as we go. This is all very much still a learning opportunity. And the one thing that I continue to keep learning is that the immortal words of Socrates, the only thing that I know is that I don't know anything. Because, like, generally I think that our content-wise, like, midweek metagame wrap-ups or, like, midweek Magic, like, YouTube series, the content on it has been getting better week on week, of, like, every week we've been doing it. But we have been declining in views and watch time and things like that since our overall peak at the beginning of March, to the point where it's like our video that we released last week has been out now for 6 days and we've got 15 views, which is like the least views we've had on any of those videos ever, which is a shame because I think it's kind of the best video of that kind that we've ever made. And, like, it's not our least viewed video ever because, like, we have some videos that, like, literally no one ever saw. And none may ever see. So that's an interesting thing. But it is just, like, we're going to continue working on things. I've been working on a lot of other stuff on the background, whether it's with the intention purposes of increasing the quality and the workflow and all that stuff here on the channel, as well as I'm working on a lot of stuff with just, like, I've got a lot of leads on some interesting jobs that I'm looking at for the future that I'm working on applying to right now. But there's a lot in the works, and I do very much feel grateful and welcome for the opportunity that you guys give me to be able to do something like this and to be able to talk to the Void, because just even having a sounding board for this, of like, even in the modes that I've been in recently, of just like, mood hasn't been great, the motivation to get out of bed in the mornings to do things and to even work on anything is approaching all-time lows of late 2025 for me right now. But with all of that, it still is like just having a thing on the schedule of like, hey, even if I wake up at 7 every morning and just can't get out of bed until noon, the thought that I get to come on and play video games and hang out and talk to people and then hope to just try and meet new people and like work towards a thing gets me out of bed. And it is so good for my mental health and my physical health and all of these things going on to just have this. And for that, even if this never takes off, which we really hope it does, I will be eternally grateful. This has been so nice to have and such an important thing for me. All that to say, the streams must continue until morale improves and until success improves. And so that is what we're going to do. Because, like, the thing is like, the weird parallel that we're in is just, like, the videos on YouTube, like, the long-form stuff, not doing great. The shorts, killing it. Our shorts game is, like, on fire. We've gotten, like, multiple things that are getting near 1,000 or over 1,000. We had a couple of shorts we uploaded last week that almost hit 2,000 views. Like, we're killing it in the shorts game. So... And I still have, like, I have such a backlog of shorts right now that, like, we're going to generate some more short form content from today's stream as well. But even with that, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 shorts that I'm already sitting on in the backlog of just, like, bangers to just keep throwing out. And, yeah, it's, you know, we're going to figure something out. We're going to figure out... I want to start making other long-form content, since I do like the once-a-week upload, but I think if we could get even to twice a week and do different types of uploads, that would be really good. We did have a moment that was weird about that this weekend, though, that, I mean, I guess we can talk about. But let's jump into the magic, because that's what you're all here for anyways. It's Magic Monday, and I know I'm here for it, because genuinely, I'm really excited. I've been following along a lot more with Secrets of Strixhaven, just general knowledge and updates and things like that. And Secrets of Strixhaven has been... we have to switch to the different one, because we need to see our hand. Secrets of Strixhaven first looks like it's going to be an absolute banger set. It looks like it's going to be really, really good. 2, I'm really liking all of the... spoilers so far that I've seen for it. That was not what I wanted. I wanted daily deals. Honestly, these are very good daily deals if you're looking for some dope cosmetics for a lot of really good free cards. We will not be spending... I did spend some money on cosmetics for the first time, and we'll look at our cosmetics that I bought because I think they're really dope. And it was from the April Fool's event. But I don't think we need to spend money on this Llanowar Elves or this Mossborn Hydra. I think it's much better for us to spend our money on playing matches and getting new cards. Weekly announcements are here. Do that. But so Secrets of Strixhaven looks really dope. I'm looking to try and do that. I might try and make some content for it and around it. Because I think I'm going to plan on going to a pre-release, and that would be a lot of fun. And I want to do maybe like a tournament report style video. And if that's a thing we want to keep doing, then I might do... I'm thinking about trying to do essentially 2 different types of magic. Essentially, I like doing this magic. I want to do more paper magic in the future, once I can figure out the logistics on how to best do paper magic. And then... with the RCQ system coming back up and with the conversations that I had with the local game store of like maybe working RCQs and doing stuff like that, I might want to try and re-qualify for an RCQ in the future. and then we could do like an actual like, because it's also just like standard has been good content recently because it has been standard RTQ season, so people are looking for the next crazy standard deck to try and play. We're transitioning into modern, and I can do modern content. The RCQ that I qualified for was a modern RCQ. I know how to play modern, I know how to play Magic, I can do stuff like that. Modern is not a format that we can play on MTG Arena, so if we want to play modern here on stream, we have to transition over to Moto. And I have no problem with that. Moto doesn't stream well because Moto looks like it was made in the late 90s, early 2000s, because it was. And the just whole UI graphical interface on it is not great. But it is really good at what it's trying to do, which is give you an opportunity to play formats you've never gotten the opportunity to play other than in paper, and like be a very good facsimile of Magic the Gathering. So we might end up doing something with that. I'm contemplating it. But it's also like, I want to get into doing more D&D stuff and doing stuff like that. The wild thing with that is it is very much one of those where it's like, I stumbled across a guy this weekend while I was doing just market research and stuff like that, who his whole thing is that he just launched a new channel like a month ago that is called Tabletop U. That's another guy literally named Sam. So I'm like, you hate to see a guy with literally your same name living your dreams. Who made his first video, and his first video was him talking about how he took inspiration from the D&D episode of Community to improve his own home D&D games. And it was like a 20-minute video, and it had pretty good production quality, but like nothing that like I couldn't do or nothing that I'm not already doing in our videos. A little bit better as far as like the graphics are concerned. And it literally, his first video had like 600,000 views. And he got 15,000 subscribers off of it. And I was like, you hate to see someone living your dream and like killing it, because that's more views than we've gotten on everything I've ever made combined. And so many more. Yeah, I have in total in the last 28 days 16,000 views. But if I do views lifetime, we're at 30.9. So like crazy. Crazy. But that's all to say, I want to start making some more stuff, and I want to start making different stuff. Things should be opening up for me to be able to do stuff like that in the future, because right now, as you all are aware now, because I've talked about it at the beginning of the stream, my Wednesday is a big family thing, and I've been having a lot of very big family events in the past month and a half. And this Wednesday kind of becomes the capstone of all of that, in that after this Wednesday, I won't have those anymore. And then I'll just be more available to do whatever we're doing here. And it is very much of like, I noticed myself spiraling into that kind of like, as I was talking about, that pseudo depression of just like, I didn't want to do anything, no motivation, lack of things other than to do my streams and to make my one video a week. And I'm trying to pull myself out of that, of just like, hey, I do need to do other things. I can't just sit here and wallow in it. I need to like get up there. Like taking a shower today was a really big milestone of just like doing like a big everything shower. Like we washed the hair, since like I've been taking showers and like washing my body, but like especially with how much hair I have, washing my hair takes a lot of work and a lot of time, and so it takes a lot. But you know, I'm just trying to be vulnerable, trying to be open. Okay, let's transition out of that though, and let's open some packs, because this is, you know, the little bit of gambling that we get to do every day, and let's see what we can get. So here we go. Let's see what's behind door number 1. Ooh, it's a mythic. So once again, nothing really super exciting out of the commons and uncommons at this point. Nothing that's really game breaking or particularly good in any way, shape, or form. Buzzbots is kind of interesting. 2 mana, 1/1 flying vigilance. When it dies, draw a card is pretty powerful. Paramecia Colonex. It's just a 2-mana 2/2 that mills you 3 cards, and when it dies, you can return a creature from your graveyard to your library. There's a million effects like this. This is a pretty nice one. But our mythic is the Technodrome. 2-mana 3/3 with reach and trample. It can't attack or block unless its power is 6 or greater. And then tap, sack an artifact, draw a card, put a counter on this creature. Honestly, that's pretty good. Just be able to have a repeatable draw engine that all it takes is sacrificing other artifacts, which making just rectangles that are artifacts is not hard. They can be food, they can be mutagen, they can be clues, they can be junk, they can be all kinds of different things. And just turning them into card draw and making this a 6/6. After 3 times of doing that, you have a 2-mana 6/6 trample reach that's drawn you 3 cards. This card's kind of bonkers. I don't think it's going to see play in anything, but it is really powerful. Okay. And behind door number 2. At the very least, this gives us a rare wild card. That's nice. We're now up to 4 rare wild cards. We get our first Grounded for Life, which is honestly really strange that that's our first one. Honestly, biggest pickup here is we're rebuilding our common and uncommons, because doing all of the midweek videos has kind of drained me of those. And so we really need to re-up those as fast as possible. But it also gave us Chrome Dome. This is another very good artifact creature. Other artifact creatures you control get +1/+0. And then for 5 generic, you can create a token that's a copy of any other target artifact you control. It gains haste, and then you sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step. So, honestly, kind of huge. It works really well in artifact-based synergies. It's kind of a pseudo-lord. It makes tokens of all your other artifacts, and especially if you're making tokens of artifacts that have dies triggers or leaves the battlefield triggers, this seems great. Like our Buzzbots. This with a Buzzbot, now your Buzzbot is a 2/1 flying vigilance draw card for 5 mana every single turn. That seems really, really good. Cool. We're opening another pack now. Let's see what we can get. Oh, now we opened 3. Well, all of them at once. We got our first Raphael Tough Turtle. That's a good pickup. EPF Point Squad is pretty good. This just goes really well with a lot of the Mardu cards from Dark Hero Dragonstorm. Just gets out of hand really, really quickly. Mouser Foundry is just a very good card, especially in artifact like strategies. Uncommon wild cards are always welcome. The Neutrinos is a 4-mana 2/4 elf rebel with flying and alliance. Whenever another creature enters, it gets +1/+0. And when it attacks, exile 1 creature you own, return to the battlefield under control, tapped and attacking. Honestly, pseudo haste on something. This is really huge. Always attacks as minimum of 3/4. I think that's pretty great. And then we get 2 rares and a mythic. Our rares being Weathermaker, 3 mana artifact, landfall. Whenever a land enters, put a charge counter. And then you can tap it to add 1 mana of any color, tap it, remove 2 charge counters to add 2 colorless, or tap it, remove 3 charge counters to deal 3 damage to any target. Honestly, that seems pretty good. Kitsune, Dragon's Daughter, 6 mana 6/6 with vigilance. Whenever she enters or deals combat damage to a player, exchange control of 2 other target creatures controlled by different players. Once again, also seems good. Even if it's not ever swapping things around, guaranteed it is just a 6 mana 6/6 with vigilance, and that is already really good. And then finally, our mythic is just a mythic wildcard. Honestly, the best mythic that we could have gotten, because now we have 2 mythic wildcards. So we accidentally opened up a lot. That was all of our rewards that we got in the midweek from hitting platinum at the end of last season. Because if we look at ourselves now, we hit platinum in constructed, and we didn't go very high we didn't get out of bronze and limited. I think we might have gotten into silver. And so because of that, we've now been reset in April. So we're starting in silver tier 2 in constructed. Our hope is to try and climb back into platinum or higher, just to maximize, again, rewards here through the month of April. And then bronze tier 3 limited rank. If we could also climb even higher in limited, that would be great. We don't play enough limited to necessarily really climb all of that high, but the rewards are the same whether you get them in silver or bronze. And that'll be interesting. We have 23 more days to try and climb as high as we can. So we're going to have to just really put our pedal to the metal, which means that I do want to jump into playing as fast as possible today. So, spoiler alert, this is the cool thing that I bought, is just the weathered card sleeve. Because I actually really like damaged magic cards. I think they look really cool. And if we have damaged magic cards, these are the ones. So, questions on what we're going to do. We have Powered Cube Draft, which Powered Cube Draft is good. I love Cube Draft. We can't afford to do it. We don't have 10,000 gold. We don't have 1,500 gems. So, like, that's not going to happen. But this is one that's, like, I genuinely think we would perform really well in Powered Cube Draft. Because I'm really good at cube drafting. We just can't afford it, so therefore we can't do it. Also, Powered Cube Draft gives us rewards from any set in Magic the Gathering if we do it. As opposed to if we do any of the quick drafts or premier drafts. So our options are, we can quick draft Magic the Gathering Foundations, which we can do. There's obviously Foundations cards that we want, and we can already afford this. We can do pick 2 draft Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. There's not really any Mutant Ninja Turtle cards that we want, though, so I'm not as incentivized to do this. And those are kind of our 2 options. And because those are our 2 options, I think we're just going to jump into a Foundations quick draft. Okay, let's get our pick engine over here. I do agree with our pick engine that was on screen, though, of, like, if we're going to be looking at this pack, I do think that the just best card for us in this pack, unfortunately, is Banishing Light. It's just good removal, and good removal is good in general. Removal is just very, very powerful, especially in Limited, because you just need to be able to answer dangerous threats. Our rare is just bad. Thousand Year Storm is not a good card. And then Aetherize is really good. Sarah Angel is a way to end games, but they aren't as good as just picking this Banishing Light. And the Banishing Light is boring, but it's just the best thing to be doing. Now, I think it's Feybloom Trick. This is just tempo. Tap a creature that our opponent controls during their turn, and we also get 2 1/1s for 3 mana with flying. And now we're just going to try and settle into this blue-white Flyers deck. Stab is really good, so is Tragic Banshee. These are also good removal cards. The best thing for our blue-white deck would be this Icewind Elemental. But we also aren't necessarily tied to blue-white, so I'd rather just take this Stab and keep ourselves open. Now, though, it is very much of just, like, we then got 2 black cards that are also bad. So, like, just taking this and being in blue-white Flyers is probably our best bet, especially if we get this Mischievous Mystic. It's a flyer that makes more flyers. Witness Protection is good removal. It's the best kind of removal in blue, and just, like, we get rid of all your abilities and you become a 1/1. At this point, it's either Soul Caller, Gutless Plunderer, or another Witness Protection, and these we don't really need, and they aren't in our colors. To be fair, the only thing that's keeping us white right now is this Banishing Light, but this Banishing Light is also kind of the best card in our deck. This was our first pack, or our second pack. Our Think Twice is the only thing that came back around, but Think Twice is one of the better cards for our deck. At this point, just take the best card of the pack, which is, I think, this Elfsworn Giant. But this is the rarest card in the pack, and that helps with our collection process. Icewind Elemental came back. This is perfect. This is what we wanted. Here, we'll take the Exsanguinate. Elementalist Adept we can at least play. And then a second Exsanguinate. Okay, so this is a really good rare but you never need more than one of them, and we already have one of them. At most, you need 2, and I think we already have more than 2. So because of that, I think we're just going to look at other cards, and I don't hate Big Fin Bouncer. Stroke of Midnight is also a pretty good pickup here. And so is Fleeting Flight. But Big Fin Bouncer, just 4 mana, bounce spell, 3/2. Seems good. Here, Essence Scatter I think is better than second Vanishing Light, but second Vanishing Light is also really, really good. Strix Lookout is good. Dauntless Veteran and Cathar Commando are also worthwhile pickups. Cathar Commando might be better. These are pretty on par. These get better if we can find our uncommon. Here we'll take another Big Fin Bouncer. Now we take second Banishing Light. This is just better than Arcane Epiphany or Uncharted Voyage. Okay, so here's our on-color uncommon. We really want this Empyrean Eagle. It just makes it so that all of our little flyers, especially like these three Strix Lookouts, now they're 2 mana 2/3s with Flying and Vigilance. And that's really good. We can take another Elementalist Adept. I think that's better than Inspiring Paladin in this setup. Twin Blade Blessing is good. Think Twice I think is better. Here, it wants us to take Sanguine Siphoner, and I agree Sanguine Siphoner is probably the best card in this pack. But we already have multiple Elementalist Adepts, and I think Fleeting Flight just goes well with them. Better than a third Elementalist Adept. Fleeting Distraction for that same reason. It's just a cheap card that replaces itself and buffs our Adepts. Here, all of these cards are bad for our deck. We can just take... it's never bad to have Heir Apparents just in our collection. Here, we can get rid of... just take Secluded Courtyard. This at least sees play in Standard. Stroke of Midnight is another removal spell. Quick Draw Katana, we don't need. Okay, this is an actual playable rare, and it goes into our archetype of High Fae Trickster. It's a 4 mana 4/2 with Flash and Flying. We cast spells as though they had Flash. That's just great for us. Scrawling Crawler is another really good rare. Just being of our cape, we all draw a card, and whenever opponent draws a card, they lose a life. This is just better than it looks. Yes, you're giving your opponent card advantage, but you're punishing them for it. But you're also getting card advantage for free in that you draw 2 cards a turn now. Healer's Hawk goes well into our Blue-White Flyers deck. We honestly would love to find more Flyers, if we could. Feldar Savior is good. Just 2 counters when it enters. Tolarian Terror, we ended up being much more of a instant and sorcery deck than we thought. So that's just a 1 mana 5/5. At this point, we take the Aetherize. Give ourselves a board wipe if we need it. So this is, like, Felling Blow's the best card in this pack. It's not in our colors, and we don't need it. We can at least take Armasar Guide. It's playable. Here, between Tolarian Terror and Fleeting Distraction, I think I would rather have second Fleeting Distraction. Here, we can have our 4th Strix Lookout to go with our Blue-White Flyers. This is a Light Shell duo. It's just a 4 mana 3/4 with Prowess. That's just good. Here we can take Elementalist Adept. Another Light Shell duo. Thrill of Possibility for the sideboard. And then an island for our deck. Cool, so we tried to go Blue-White Flyers. We did miss the best flyer we got, which was in our pack 1 pick 1, we could have picked up a Sarah Angel. But we're also like some sort of prowess deck. thrill of possibility here. Hiding our blue-white. Okay, so flying is still going to be like the most important thing in our deck of like what we're trying to do with the deck and things like that. And then other than that, it's just play cards that are good and card advantage. So we're going to put in our Mischievous Mystic. We're going to put in our Feybloom Trick. We're going to put in our Empyrean Eagle, because this also, our Eagle now also makes it so our Feybloom Trick is 3 mana for tapping a creature and making 2 2/2s. Essence Scatter is good. Banishing Light, we want to have both of them. We want to play our Healer's Hawk. Both our Big Fin Bouncers. Our Scrawling Crawler. Our Felidar Savior. Both of our Think Twice. Our Fleeting Flight. Both our Light Shell duos. All 4 of our Strix's Lookouts. Both our Fleeting Distractions. Our High Fae Trickster gets in. And I think that's our deck. I don't think we need our Stroke of Midnight. Both our Witness Protections. Yeah. This is just... Basically, we're trying to play low to the ground, well, high to the ground since they're all flyers, but cheap creatures. We've got our Empyrean Eagle, High Fae Trickster, a lot of card draw in this deck, which is good because our Mischievous Mystic, every time we draw a second card a turn, makes another 2/2 flyer with our Empyrean Eagle out. We've got 2 removal spells. Felidar Savior can put counters on things, which is going to be nice. Like, I think this is overall not a bad deck. They recommend a very interesting mana base of 5 plains, 12 islands, but we also are only playing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 white pips in this entire deck. 7... Yeah, 6 total white pips. So 5 plains is probably actually fine. Okay, let's try and get some wins with this. Okay. We are against Nyx. Honestly, I love the theming behind the name and the icon here. Honestly, this seems great for us. It's multiple flyers. It's a good mana curve. We just need to draw 1 white source so we can play the best card in our deck, which is our Empyrean Eagle. There is, functionally, I think, a million ways for our opponent to just kill any of our creatures here, but our hope is that we can just stay enough ahead of them that it doesn't matter. Because, like, on board already, our Strix Lookout can proc our Mischievous Mystic each turn, and we have so many islands in our hand to throw away. I don't know what our opponent's doing here. Or I don't know if our opponent knows what our opponent's doing here. Ah, the answer is Infestation Sage. Okay. Okay, I'll take a plains. We'll hold up the Fabloom trick in case they make their Sanguine Siphoner bigger, because if they do, we'll just Fabloom trick them. They are going to make it bigger. Are they going to do something crazy with it? They're just going to go to attacks. We'll just Fabloom trick. Make 2 more 1/1s. Tap their Sanguine Siphoner. At this point, if we can draw our Empyrean Eagle, the amount of just damage we do in the air is kind of insane. We don't actually want to block because we'd rather just take this 1 on the ground. And if we take this 1 on the ground and never block, it never dies and they never get a 1/1 flyer. And then we don't have to worry about our Mischievous Mystic getting killed by a 1/1 insect that they got for free. Because if they want to spend 3 mana to kill our Mischievous Mystic, we are much more okay with that. Let's try this. Go to combat. Let's just get rid of the Sanguine Siphoner. Get rid of their recurring life gain. Oh, they apparently have something they want to do with their 4 mana. That isn't put an Adventuring Gear on their Infestation Sage and hit me for 3. Oh, they're gonna Aetherize. Okay. Aetherize is pretty good. We'll discard this second Strix Lookout. And then we'll play 2 Strix Lookouts. And then next turn we can Felidar Savior, and they're both 2/3s with Vigilance. Aetherize was a little bit of a blowout there, but also, like, it's not that bad just because we had so many Strix Lookouts in hand to be able to rebuild. They saved 4 damage for 4 mana, but we immediately get to hit them for 4 next turn. And still hold on to this Felidar Savior. And then we can take 3. We're good. We are still winning this race. Okay, 3/4 changes it a little bit, but not honestly that much. In our end step, we'll use our Strix's Lookout to loot. Oh, especially if they're going to Witness Protection me? Yeah, I was already planning on blocking with this. So they do get to get their Infestation Sage back and a flying blocker, but I don't really care. Reassembling Skeleton, also fine for us. Getting this Healer's Hawk into play is going to help with the math a little bit, especially if we can ever find our Empyrean Eagle. Oh, we found our Empyrean Eagle, so we're just gonna get rid of that entirely. Empyrean Eagle. Strix's Lookout. 6 power of vigilance in flying in the air. Did you draw a land? Because if you didn't draw a land, then I don't care about what you have going on. We just have enough power in the air that, like, our opponent can't do anything about this. I'm attacking you for 5 in the air. Okay, we got there. Sometimes blue-white flyers may not be a new strategy, but it will just get there. Cool, so already better than the last time that we drafted Foundations. We got a single win this time, which is nice. I'll take 1 win. 1 win's better than 0 wins. It's the revolutionary new math that they don't teach you in schools. 1 greater than 0. Now we're against Roman, Initiate. Honestly, also a banger of a hand. We'll keep this. It's Healer's Hawk on 1 into multiple flying 2-drops. And realistically, I don't mind trading a Healer's Hawk for a Librarian. The long-term implications of their Mild Manner Librarian are way better than the implications of my Healer's Hawk. But if they're also not going to even do anything, we're just going to attack and then play this Strix's Lookout, and then for sure we would block a Mild Manner Librarian with the Strix Lookout. It's a 1-2 with Vigilance and Flying. It just blocks the Mild Manner Librarian forever. And then if they want to spend their entire turn making this a werewolf and drawing a card, on their turn 4, our turn 4, we just Big Fin Bouncer it. Reset the tempo. Now, once again, best draw in our deck is Empyrean Eagle, kind of always. But now also, like, any of our Think Twices or our Fleeting Distractions would be really good. They are probably just going to Mild Manner Librarian, draw a card, attack for 3. And at that point, we're just taking 3 damage. We have a Healer's Hawk, we have life gain. We have a Big Fin Bouncer, we can bounce their Mild Manner Librarian. Oh, Snare Spinner's also fine though. We can bounce that. So, the fact that they have a Tree Chop Spare Spinner now shows us that the most important thing for us to draw is either of our 2 removal spells for it when they inevitably play it again. They currently aren't playing it, so that'll be great for us. They have 1 mana open. My sneak suspicion is that they could have Snakeskin Veil? Yeah. I think we're okay with that. See if we can draw a better card. Another basic island, not great. But we have our Strix's Lookouts to be able to filter through all of these, is the plan. The annoying part is this Treetop Spinner coming down, because then we can't go aggro anymore, because they just have a blocker every turn. And so we're gonna have to preemptively look out. And just play this Light Shell duo. And then we don't want to see either of those islands. Honestly, the Surveil 2 off of the Light Shell duo, huge there. So they're gonna Mild Mannered Librarian, draw a card. Their Prowler's gonna get the ability to get bigger. Oh, they're attacking with their Snare Spinner? Honestly, massive. I'll let their Prowler get bigger. And that's why we are okay with that. Perfect pickup. Gets them down to 3. Let's draw a card. Discard this island. Make another 1/1. Pass the turn. Because now we have another Banishing Light, and that Banishing Light is going to win us the game. They're played another creature with Reach. We're going to Banishing Light their creature with Reach. As long as they don't play another creature with Reach, I think we're, like, extremely golden. They have played 2 Reach creatures, which is the natural enemy to our Blue-White Flyers deck. Prowler can just hit us for 6. We'll go to 15. We gotcha. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, our opponent saw another Banishing Light and conceded immediately. They were dead even if we hadn't drawn a Banishing Light, is my thing, but, like, drawing the Banishing Light also really helps there. Okay, gets us to Bronze Tier 2. And it's 2 wins. So we're just flying. We get 7 wins. That's honestly pretty great for us. The Think Twices and the Essence Scatters were good. Getting a Scrawling Crawler is also good. The plan at this point is just we are going to, especially since we're on the play, we're just going to island into, hopefully we draw a third land. We drew plains actually even, so we'll just plains. We have both of our colors. And now on their turn, if they play a creature that we care about, that's not a creature we care about, we would Essence Scatter. Because they didn't, now we're just going to Think Twice in their end step. We drew another land. Perfect. My turn. We'll play our Scrawling Crawler. And then next turn, we'll play Plains. And honestly, I don't even think we play our Lightshell Duo, because they have a Gleaming Barrier, and so our Lightshell Duo doesn't actually do anything. But we'll just hold up Essence, Scatter, Think Twice again. Because this is the main thing that we're going for here, is our Scrawling Crawler is just going to keep pinging them every time they draw a card, and we're going to make them draw so many cards. Are you gonna Fabloom trick me? Do you have an unsummon? And we're trying to see what our opponent's holding priority. Oh, they have an Elementalist Adept. Yeah, I'm good. And then we can just think twice on their turn. I would like to think twice for a second time. So maybe think a third time? Okay. Now they can stick their Elementalist Adept. We'll just Fabloom trick it. Ooh, they have so many Elementalist Adepts. We have so many lands. Strix Lookout's a good pickup. Honestly, as long as they don't Prowess trigger... Even if they do, I think we'll just Fabloom trick. Offer they can't refuse, okay. So we get 2 treasures, they get 2 3/2s. We'll take 6 damage. I'll play this Lightshell Duo. Get rid of these 2 islands. Because I never want to see an island again in my life. Play this Strix Lookout. And I'll attack with this other Strix Lookout. We just have already drawn so many lands that it's like we never need to see another land. So playing the Lightshell Duo just to surveil away 2 lands is honestly massive. Huge result for us. Also, if they want to just keep Scrawling Crawlering their way to victory here, why would you not play? Oh, they probably drew their Brindeboard Cutthroat, that's why. They are just definitely trying to play with Flash. We got so many cards to discard. Even more now since we drew another land. I got 2 flyers with vigilance, baby. Is it a fast clock? No, but it's a clock that'll kill you. No land drop, eh? Or did they have to land drop to play their grappling kraken? They might have had to land drop to play their kraken. Cool, I will high fey trickster. And then Strix Lookout. My turn. Big Fin Bouncer, baby. You may replay that next turn, should you so choose. You play this. Attack for 6, our opponent goes down to 3. We've got Think Twices in case we need to buff our Light Shell duo for blocking purposes. We've got 2 activations of Strix Lookouts and an island to discard because we don't want to draw any more lands. We want only bangers. They're going to combat, you say? And to doing what? Because, like, I will block. I'm gonna bushwhack. I'll activate this Strix Lookout. Drawing another Big Fin Bouncer next turn is honestly kind of cracked. Because no matter what our opponent does, we can just blow them out with it. We also now have 2 Strix Lookouts, and this is going to take them to 2. So we have lethal flyers in the air. Unless they have land in hand and can want to spend their turn playing their Kraken and tapping one of my Strix Lookouts. But even if they do, we can just Big Fin bounce in it and think twice. Okay, Kaikar awakens Zephyr. Tolarian of Terror, okay. Well, they still lose to exactly this Big Fin Bouncer that I'm going to draw off the top of my deck. Because I get to do one of these. This Kaikar gets to go to their hand. They don't have 2 power worth of flying. And we win? Thank you, opponent. Our opponent being very nice here is the community salad and letting us just absolutely blow them out of the water. Oh, you know what I keep forgetting to do? That's our 3rd win in a row. We need to update the win-loss. We're up to 86 and 75. We unlocked another pack of TMNT. And we're 3-0, baby! Let's jump back into this. I hope y'all had a happy Easter, chat, for those of you that celebrate. I know that it's a very Christocentric holiday, but I am Christian, and I do celebrate Easter, and it was a lot of fun for me. I belong to one of the cool people families, and by that I mean families that still do Easter baskets even for their adult children, which meant that every single person in my family got an Easter basket yesterday, which... Admittedly, the Easter baskets have gotten, like, a lot tamer as the years have gone on, as they should. And so what Easter baskets look like for my family nowadays is usually you get your favorite candy, and then an assortment of chocolates and other things to go with it. And so, like, for me, I got a whole bunch of Reese's peanut butter eggs, and then... once again, just a whole bunch of other random assorted candies to go alongside. Not that I'm complaining. They were still very, very yummy. I really enjoy it. It is unironically like my favorite thing about the holiday. Interesting. So, we now have the opposite problem of every other game we have played, which is that instead of drawing so many land that it became an issue, and it's great that we play these Strix lookouts so that we can continue just getting rid of lands off the top of our deck. We have now not drawn enough lands. I think we are going to just go to combat, attempt to hit our opponent for 2, and then use our Strix lookout to try and draw another land. And hope that it's a blue source. It was not a blue source. It was in fact a Feybloom trick. We can get rid of one of our big fin bouncers. Feybloom trick at least not dead in that we could cast it. Interesting. I don't know why our opponent is playing this doubling season they drafted. Honestly, big get for them that they drafted this doubling season. It's a very good card. We're just going to start attacking for 4 in the air with Vigilance each turn. I'm excited to see what our opponent does now that they have this doubling season in play. The hope is they play some big creature that we choose not to care about, and that's what they did. We'll take 4. We'll Big Fin bounce in this Treetop Snare Spinner. Ooh, yeah, we will. Big Fin Bouncer. The Snare Spinner can go away. We'll attack for 6. So now they can Snare Spinner and activate and make their Ranger a 7/5? Okay, they didn't. I would like to Feybloom trick and tap your Snare Spinner. And then I would like to attack for lethal. This will take our opponent to 1. And then we'll just play another Strix Lookout. That is a big Gnarlid colony. Vanishing Light off the top is gross. Okay, you only have 1 blocker with reach and I have 4 flyers. There we go. We got there, baby. So the doubling season was interesting. I don't know, once again, that doubling season is a really cool card, and I would never fault my opponent for drafting it. I would draft it myself if we ever saw one. I don't know that it's a playable card. Like, it's a great card to have in your collection. It's not a playable card in draft. Like we drafted rares in our draft. You were all there to watch me draft them. One of them was in our hand the entire game, our High Fate Trickster. And like High Fate Trickster is another version of that, where it's like High Fate Trickster is once again a card that I don't think is bad to have in your pool of like cards to pull from, like in your collection. It's great to have one. It has a very unique effect in that it just gives all of your spells flash. It's a 4-mana 4/2 flyer. Like, it has a lot of good things going for it. But it's also a rare that's just because it's a 4-mana 4-power creature with flying with flash. You also just want to play that in limited. Whereas, like, Doubling Season's a mythic that is just like, it doesn't do anything on its own, and it doesn't win you the game. This is pretty good. If we can Fleeting Distraction to draw... like, we're just looking to cycle this, I think, if they do anything. They didn't do anything. We're just gonna try and drop this Crawler on 3, I think. Yeah, especially if our opponent's not doing anything. Ambush Wolf. This wolf had ambushed me. We can take 4. Do you want to block? I'd like to draw a card. High Fate Trickster is also a kind of stick pickup. Next turn, we're just going to Fabloom trick their Ambush Wolf, so they don't get to hit me with it. Our opponent has a million cards in it. Okay, they finally drew another color. I think our job here is we're gonna High Fate Trickster and Fleeting Distraction just to save the damage. Honestly, this is hilarious. We just get to save our Scrawling Crawler. Because our Crawler is killing them. Play a Light Shell Duo. You can Surveil. Those are both bangers. Play this Strix Lookout. Yeah, this Crawler will kill them. They will die to this Scrawling Crawler. Now they've had to devote 2 different burn spells to this same 3-drop that we played, and it did like 6 damage to them this game. And now if they want to attack with their Ambush Wolf, we just Light Shell Duo them. It's like, yeah, I'll trade your 4/2 that you played on turn 3 for my turn 6 3/4. Even more now. At this point, we will just win the game. And then, for the feels bad, I had all these. Okay, absolute banger. We're on a roll. This is how you want to start a stream, chat. In fact, we're on such a roll, we're going to go off of the lo-fi beats. And I'm gonna switch over to the Headbop Beats. Ooh, we got a free card. Spinewood's Armadillo. Okay. 6 mana 7/7 with Reach and Ward 3. 1 and a green, discard it, search for basic land or desert, reveal it, put it in your hand, shuffle, gain 3 life. Honestly, love it. They were not kidding. These are already headbangers. Okay, we're against Cammy now. It's fine. It's a High Fate Trickster on 4. And we have a lot of draw spells. Can inevitably draw something good to do. Like, if we could draw a Mystic this turn, that would be dope. Or a Lookout. Nope. Our opponent is in Grixis, so I don't know what to think about that. I'll have to think twice about it. Fleeting Flight doesn't do anything for us. Okay, what are you doing, opponent? Quinkant Skymage is a great card. That is an unfortunate draw for our opponent. We'll discard one of our basic islands. So we just have so many. Quinkant Skymage is a card that, like, is so good we wish we had found one. And didn't. Like, this Light Shell Duo, whatever. It's this Quinkant Skymage that we're like, oh, that's bad. I want to see if they'll trade. They won't. I'll Empyrean Eagle. They can take 5. This Skymage is going to be an issue. We kind of really need to find an answer for it. You have a way to draw a billion cards right now and just kill me? Because if not, I will happily take 6. Because I swing back for 9. So that's a... Oh, you do have a way to draw a billion cards. Okay, so now I take 10 down to 4. And that's really bad. That's also really bad. I have to draw. Hitting another island. Pretty unfortunate. Okay, so this is going to be our first loss, chat. The Quinkant is a card that we desperately would have wanted in this deck. Like, if we could have found any of those in the 3 packs we opened, our deck would have been unstoppable. We draw a lot of cards. It's a flyer. Yeah, it's a 4-mana 1/1, but it's a 4-mana 1/1 that almost immediately becomes like a 4-mana billion. It's also just powerful. We also flooded out there a lot, which is less than an ideal situation. And not being able to commit to the board until turn 4, also less than ideal. Okay, so we're against Orangutan, which is either them spelling orangutan or them spelling orange tang. Either which, frightful. This is fine. It buys us time, and then we have 2 of our better 4-drops. So this I'm actually going to Fleeting Distraction, just because we want to try and draw out of the scenario we're in. We drew into a worse scenario, which was we have 5 islands. White Source? Never punished. This Good Fortune Unicorn is going to be an issue, so we're just going to get rid of it before it becomes an issue. This Squad Rallier also is going to be an issue at some point in time, but currently it's not. Currently it's just a time walk. And then next turn we can Strix Lookout and hold up Trick. Armosaur Guide, also an issue. Not an issue anymore. We can Strix Lookout and then we're just Banishing Light this Armosaur Guide. And then I'll attack for 3. The unfortunate thing is that they are a green-white deck, so which means they can have Elfsworn Giants. And I have now used all my Banishing Lights. Find me some good stuff, Lightshell Duo. You want to give me both of your 1/1s or 3 damage? I'll take both your 1/1s. The unfortunate thing is their Elfsworn Giant does mean that they get a new 1/1 every single turn, but Feybloom Trick, tap their giant, attack for 1,000,000. Doesn't seem like a bad turn next turn. Okay, so less than ideal, but we do have this Essence Scatter for whatever creature they try to play. I don't know how we're ever getting rid of this Elfsworn Giant at this point. Whiffed on the Squad Rallier, okay. Just Essence Scatter that away. Just take 3. Whiff again on your Squad Rallier opponent? See, you know, my take on this, Rat King, is I don't need more islands. In fact, I need nothing less than more islands. The island's not bad, though, in that I can use the island to draw a card with my Strix Lookout, because whatever I draw, I'm going to want more than this island. See? Like that. The Mischievous Mystic, we definitely want. They are going to be able to start doing some stupid stuff. The unfortunate thing is, like, we really need to kill this Elfsworn Giant. But this Gnarlid Colony is also going to start killing us, because it's just a 4/4. Now that we can make infinite 1/1 flyers, we'll start blocking. You can go back to their hand. Fleeting Distraction is nice. It allows us to block this Youthful Valkyrie with our Mischievous Mystic and something else, and not lose anything, should we want to do that. Okay, that's just a whole bunch of 3/3s. Play this Healer's Hawk. Another 1/1. Look for another card. They've yet to hit off their Squad Rallier. There's their first... Oh no, they hit this Gnarlid Colony. Now they've hit a Loot. Loot's also going to be good because it just lets them use all their mana to find creatures. Let's Strix Lookout. Get rid of this island. Plains number 2 is probably not bad. Gonna find something else. Nope, our opponent whiffed again. Did find another land though, which means that they get another elf. This Loot is gonna pop off. So our opponent has 1 billion mana. So what's the biggest, dumbest idiot they can put in? They got a second Elfsworn Giant. Great. So I don't know that there's a way that we win this anymore. Like 100% honesty here. I don't know what our win condition is that gets us actually out of this. Scrawling Crawler, maybe? But we would deck out before they do. Might just be attack with a million big flyers. He's like, this is gonna get in for 5. Yeah, they've got 17 cards in the library, we've got 7. We've been drawing a lot of cards. You know, loot? They're for sure gonna Gnarlid Colony. They can still loot, though, after they Gnarlid Colony. We, like, can't afford to actually surveil anything with this Light Shell Duo. So this is an attack for 7. And it kills one of their blockers. And then we can draw this Lookout, discard this island, play this Lookout. And I think they can't kill us next turn. And we can kill them. Angel of Finality does suck for this, because now they have back up to 3 blockers. Do them to not get another blocker. Don't find another 2-drop with Reach or Flying? Or 2 power or less with Reach or Flying? We also have 4 cards left in our deck, so like... Okay, so they have 1, 2, 3. If we attack with all of our flyers, we should have exactly enough damage. Can they loot their way? They need to have... No, even if they loot their way into a flying blocker. Oh, they loot their way into a Herald of Eternal Dawn. That's gross. Yeah, this game never mattered. You can just loot your way into a Herald of Eternal Dawn? We can't win, they can't lose. is what Herald of Eternal Dawn means. It's literally just 7 mana, 6/6 flyer. You can't lose the game, opponents can't win the game. What a crazy thing to get off of their loot right at the end. Okay, so we're still at 5 wins. We have to win the last 2 without losing to get to our 7 wins and get our max rewards. I think maybe we win that if we start attacking 1 turn earlier. This is good. We got Fleeting Distractions, we've got an Essence Scatter, we've got a Strix Lookout. What 3-drop you got? Unfortunately, they have a 3-drop that's a creature. I would like to double block your Fire Spitter Whelp. Okay. Perfect. Oh. I wanted to Fleeting Distraction that so you wouldn't kill my thing, but I thought you'd have a different response. Oops. So there's Light Shell Duo. Don't need that island. And then next turn we play island and just hold up our entire hand. At this point we trade our Light Shell Duo. Another Goblin Borders. Can't do anything about the 4 damage. Can play this High Fate Trickster though. You got 7 power and flyers. Okay, we'll block. No, you don't actually. You can still only kill one of them. Which one do you kill? I'll take that one. It was the wrong choice. I'll play this Empyrean Eagle. Attack you for 9. Hold up this counterspell and this Think Twice. Okay, this is more like what we wanted our games to look like. Good game, opponent. I'll draw a card. Play this Healer's Hawk. Just get the dailies. There we go. Cool. That's much more what we wanted. We're all the way up to silver now. There we go. And we are 6-2. Okay. Win this, we get our 7-2, we get our max rewards, and we're off to a great start for the stream. Honestly, an incredible run. Once again, banger hand. Keep this. If we ever get our white source for this Feldar Savior, it gets even better. Ho-Girl, the Virtuous. I love their name. There's our white source. Strix Lookout. It's a 1-2 with Vigilance, baby. And the next turn we can Mischievous Mystic. Fleeting Distraction. Okay, the fact that they're using a Hero's Downfall to kill our Strix Lookout is a little ridiculous. High Fate Trickster on the draw, also very good. Okay, our opponent is some sort of Sultai pile. I'll take one off the skeleton. We do eventually need to draw a way to kill this Clickant Sky Mage. That is going to be very important. Because it is already a 3/3 flyer. And they've also paid a 3/4 flyer. And that is a problem. Don't love the Tatyova off the top. Five. Okay. I will trade my Mischievous Mystic and my Flyer for your Sky Mage. There we go. Banishing Light I don't hate. Banishing Light's going to be a good pickup. We can Banishing Light this Icewind Elemental. We can Banishing Light this Tatyova. Light Shell Duo I'm fine with. We have a Feldar Savior so we can block on the ground. The most important thing for us is getting rid of this Icewind Elemental right now. Ooh, their own Strix Lookout also bad. Not really that bad, but still bad. If they're attacking with Tatyova, I think we're just fine taking that. Double Banishing Light, okay. Then what we can do is Banishing Light this one, and Banishing Light Tatyova. Oh, they just want to bounce Strixes and let me hit them for 4? Okay. I have the Think Twice. Okay, they have a Hero's Downfall. That is good. They have good removal. We drew all of our removal already. But we still have Big Fin Bouncers. We have our own Light Shell Duos we could draw. Like this one. There's a Big Fin Bouncer. Draw and discard. Get rid of their own island. Solarian Terror is a little bit more concerning. Take 3. Okay, Fabloom Trick I don't hate. We can use that to tap down a Tolarian Terror this turn. Mischievous Mystic sucks. Especially since we already had to trade ours. I will tap for Tolarian Terror. We really want to find our Lord. Our Empyrean Eagle would be kind of our best draw right now. So good that we just kind of have to... I think that's just dead. I think that was a bad attack. Okay, you know, 6 and 3 is not bad though. 6 and 3 is still pretty good. We got all the way up to silver 4. We're gonna get 850 gems and at least 1 pack. We got the lucky roll. We got 2 packs. There we go. Cool. So we got 3 packs to open, and then we can play some standard. Let's see what's in store for us in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. It's another rare. Go Ninja Go. Weird that that's our first copy of that, with how much of these we've opened and how much of this we've played. Common wildcard, also huge for us right now. And then our rare is Madame Null. It's not our first copy of Madame Null, and we've talked about Madame Null a little bit already, but I do think that this is actually a pretty good deck, especially with the amount of things in black at this point in time that have lifelink just on them. Because you can just play a whole bunch of really cheap lifelink creatures, and then you make them really very strong, and you start gaining back all the life you lose to them almost immediately. So Madame Null, I think, has a very cool dedicated deck built around her, similar to like a Finn the Fangbearer style, that like could be interesting in trying to figure out how to play, but definitely a very interesting, very powerful rare. And now, time for some Foundations. The most important cards for us out of Foundations are Day of Judgment and Soulstone Sanctuary. Those both see a lot of play. But there's just good cards all around, and this is going to be in Standard for 5 years, so it's just good to have as many of this as you can get. Let's see what we get. Honestly, some big things. We haven't opened a lot of Foundations. So Blossoming Sand, Scarab Burns, Dismal Backwater, all good to have. We did already have them, but it's always good. Dwidden, Guiltleaf Dane. It's just an Elf Lord. There is a genuine Elves deck in Standard right now. You can play Elves, so getting the Elf Lord for that is not bad. And then our rare is Guard Demon. Okay, so this is an interesting thing. This is much more of like a Brawl card or a Commander card, but it is just like a 7-mana 6/6 flyer that demonic tutors when you play it. You just it ETBs, you search your library for any card, put it into your hand, shuffle. You don't have to reveal it, you don't have to show anybody. It's also just a 7-mana 6/6. This is an interesting thing. It's a blast from the past, but one that I'm actually pretty glad that they brought back into the future. And then our final Foundations, let's see what we can get. It's another rare. This time we don't get lucky in our commons and uncommons, but we did get another rare wild card, so we're up to 5. And then let's see what we get. Atali, Primal Storm. Okay. This 6-mana 6/6, whenever Atali attacks, exile the top card of each player's library, then cast any number of spells from among those cards without paying their mana costs. This is a big dumb finisher. It's been the big dumb finisher ever since it first came out in Rivals of Ixalan, or maybe just regular Ixalan, I can't remember. There's now a new version of Atali that is a Phyrexianized version in red-green. That's the more popular Atali. But this is still a big dumb idiot that I at least enjoy really playing around with. But I might be the odd one out in that scenario. Okay, with that being done, we have some options here, chat. We can go play Standard, which I think would be fun. We now have 1,900 gems, and like, what we wanted to try and do was save our gems to potentially buy this Mastery Pass, but we have 14 days left, and I don't think we can get to 3,400 gems in 14 days, realistically, to buy out our Mastery Pass when we get there. I don't think that's going to happen. It would give us a whole bunch of stuff, which would be really nice. But I don't think we're going to get there. Since to get... What's the math on getting 1,500 gems? To get 1,500 gems, we would have to... go to... Since the only way we can earn gems is by playing events. And we either have to play... a cube draft. Powered cube drafts pay out pretty well. If we can get a 7, that's 2,200 gems already. If we play quick draft, we'd have to get 2 6 wins or higher over the next 2 weeks. But this also ends in 19 hours, and so I don't know what our next quick draft would be. If we do pick 2 draft, we would have to get 2 3 wins or higher in the next 2 weeks. Or we could just cube. Honestly, I think we leave it 1 more week. Since we'll be able to get enough gold to do another draft of whatever kind next week for sure. And then after we've gotten our gold next week... They all sound decently doable. It is just very much just like... the big thing that throws a wrench in that is what do we get as our quick draft, which is a thing that I think we can look up. I think that if we looked at our weekly announcements, it'll tell me what the next event schedule is. Here it is. So our next quick draft is we go back starting April 7th, so literally tomorrow, we go back to TMNT, which we are not very good at TMNT draft. I also don't really think TMNT draft is that much fun. But it is a thing we could do. But it's also like if we give it at least another week, we'll figure out what we want to do then what we can come down with is if we do really well in next week's TMNT draft, then we could potentially actually get there. And if we don't, then we start using our gems for other things, or we save our gems for next season, because our next season starts in 14 days with the release of Strixhaven. And what we do know is that with the amount that we play, the fact that we're already on like level 39 of 50, like we're gonna max out these tracks every month, no matter, like every mastery, no matter what. So like hoarding gems to be able to do that is not a bad idea. So I think what we'll do for the next 2 hours to wrap up this stream is just hop back into standard and try and get some more wins and climb up there and just get some gameplay and talk about it. Once again, for anyone new in the chat, anyone has been just checking in, we've been playing a budget version of 5-Color Rhythm, and I've been thinking about this. Okay, let's cancel. We were finding a game in a format that we didn't actually want to be playing. I've been thinking about this a lot, based specifically after we were watching, after we were playing last week, trying to get up there. What is wrong with our budget 5-Color Rhythm? Oh, this is still thinking we're trying to play Alchemy. We are not. We're trying to play traditional standard. There we go. That's why it's... Okay, now it's fine. So, the one real bad thing that we've got going on in our deck is that we just have so many tap lands. We're running 4, 6, 8, 12, conditionally 15 tap lands. And we're doing that because we don't have like the lands that can come in untapped. Our breeding pools, if we look at it, if we look at our breeding pools, we find them lacking. We don't have any. If we look for our verges, we don't have any Flood Farm Verge. We don't have any Willow Rush Verge. We don't have any Hushwood Verge. So we're just missing all of those things. And like, we could start crafting some of them. We have 5 rares that we could start crafting, and lands are a thing that I never feel bad crafting. Lands are just always good to have. The one thing that we could be doing, if we really want to, is we could be playing Hallowed Fountains. The thing is that we never want to have blue mana. Like, we want to be base green on all of our mana that we create. So we want to play Willow Rushes. We want to be playing Hushwoods. We want to be playing Breeding Pools. Like, we don't actually want any amount of like, you play it on turn 1 and it can't generate green mana, because we want to be playing a Llanowar Elf on 1, which is what we have built out here. So we want to be like, our Hushwood Verges can come in and they're always going to be making green mana. A Breeding Pool will come in and it's always going to make green mana. Do we have more than one Temple Garden now? I think we still only have the one. We only have the one. So, like, the way I've been thinking about it is we can go one of 2 ways with this. Either way, I think we need to start taking out the tap lands. Like, we just need to start... I think our deck gets better if we don't have Blossoming Sands, Selesnya Guildgate, Simic Guildgate, and Thornwood Falls in it. I think it just does. Even if we're just replacing them with basic lands, like, they just get better. But also, we have these 5 rares. And if we look at our spreadsheet, which we haven't looked at the spreadsheet in a while, our tier lists, we already have most of our S's that we were going to craft. We have our Badgermole Cubs, our Llanowar Elves, and our Gene Pollinators. We have all of our blue card advantage crafted. And we have all of our 5-color lands except for Multiversal Passage, and I don't think we want Multiversal Passage in this deck. Like, we just don't need Multiversal Passages. Not Multiversal, Fabled Passages in this deck. I don't think we need Fabled Passages. We have a lot of our sideboard staples already crafted that we would want. So, like, we don't need to do that. We could improve if we wanted to by crafting things like Rest in Peace or putting in Surax or Bezas. Our green interaction, we already have our Keen-Eyed Curators and our Melt Shredders Resolves. We could craft Heritage Reclamations, but that's a D. If we look at our A's, like our things that are the best, it's our black interaction, which we aren't playing, so we don't need to prioritize that. It's our green toolbox, which we already have 3 Nature's Rhythms. We already have our 3 Formidable Speakers, and we already have our 1 Ouroboros. For the Spider-Man deck, like Spider-Man package, we already have 1 Superior Spider-Man. We don't have any Deceit or Wistfulness. Then the rest of our A's are our lands, our Shock lands, and our Horizon lands. And our Horizon lands are our Verge lands. So I don't actually hate just crafting more lands. And it might just be we craft 2 more Temple Gardens and 3 Breeding Pools. Use up all of our rares. Breeding Pool. And then we're going to take out all of our tap lands. And then we want our Temple Gardens in. Oh, no, we want that. Put our Temple Gardens in. And then, honestly, we'll cut our forests and then just suggest what our 10 lands are going to be. And take out our mountain, swamp. Just do this. We've got 4, 10, 13, 16, 19, 22 lands. Let's see if I can find a version of this deck still being played. Since, like, the other thing we can look at is that I don't know what Standard has, adjusted to, but I doubt that people are still playing this to the same level that they were. Based entirely off the fact that, like, I think Simic Aggro is the closest we're going to come to this. Simic Nature's Rhythm. And this is our deck. It's a different version of our deck. And it's way more on Ouroboros. It's cut a lot of the Explosive Prodigy, Mockingbirds. Yeah, but it's gone up on Bright Glass. They're all still playing Craterhoof Behemoth. Is, you know, undeniable. And I can't fault them for that. Can we find a Simic Nature Rhythm that is still 5 color? I doubt it that we actually can, probably. Because it is... Well, they are all on, like, 22 lands. That is the one unifying thing, is, like, none of them are playing, like, 22, 23 lands is normal. None of them are playing, like, a million more than that. So I don't hate this then. And what this does afford us is that we now no longer have any lands that enter the battlefield tapped, which means that we can do that. And then we just have to be more careful about the hands we keep, and like we can't keep a hand that has basic island or plains without having a green source in it. And our green sources are Starting Town, Multiversal Passage, Breeding Pool, Temple Garden, Forest. So like we still have, of our 22 lands, we are growing the account. We're already growing our account here. This is our new account challenge, Eloin Suki. Which also, love your name. Eloin is a very particularly fond name of mine in that I love Lord of the Rings, and also 2 very good friends of mine who I'm actually going to see tonight because it's Monday D&D night. Have a beautiful young daughter who is also named Eloin. So Eloin is a particularly important name in my life. A great name for you to have picked. Okay, so honestly, we might want to prioritize getting Secluded Courtyards. Secluded Courtyards might need to go on my list of like things to get from this set. I don't think it is. What's our... If I look at foundations, yeah, we've got Soulstone Sanctuary, Demo Field, Day of Judgment, and Essence Scatter. And we might want to add Secluded Courtyard to that list because of all the Elementals decks that are going around. We're going to save these changes. I want to try this version of the deck. Yeah. The main premise being, as I was explaining, that we just need to get to a point where we are as competitively viable as possible, and I think the big thing hampering us in becoming competitively viable is tap lands. And now we have none. Well, we have 3, but they're only after turn 3 and they're our starting towns. And if that's the only tap lands we have, I think that's a good place to be in. Okay, now you all get to watch me fail live on stream to try and put this bracelet back on. Oh, I did it. Oh, I almost did it. I didn't. There we go. You got stuck on my nail. Ooh, we'll take the play. And so it didn't want to close, but we got it on. Okay, so this is an interesting hand in that we have our green source. We have exactly 1 green source. And we need so many more green sources. Like 12 more basic islands? You know, I appreciate your hustle, Rat King, but no. Oh, this is a way better hand. Especially since we have an immediate, like, get rid of this Champion of the Weird. Okay, perfect. That's very pretty, Eluin, that your grandfather named you that after seeing a flower. We don't have a... We'll tap this for green. We don't have a play to make. Well, I mean, we could make this Quantum Riddler. It's probably not bad. Draw a card. Ooh, that Formidable Speaker draw is actually kind of huge. Because we can Temple Garden, Formidable Speaker, discard this island, grab a creature. Or we can just... Nature's Rhythm. This... We can X equals 4. Into our mono white opponent. Grab a Brightglass Gearhulk. Go get a Mockingbird and a Seam Rip. And just be kind of set forever. Yeah, way cooler origin story than my name either. I'm named after... my middle name comes from my dad. My first name, I was told, is supposed to be a family name of, like, someone in my family ancestry was at one point named Sam Smith. But that was, like, way more after the fact. I would like another Brightglass Gearhulk, please. And then I'll take a Mockingbird and a Llanowar Elf. And I'll play this Llanowar Elf. And I'll attack with this Brightglass Gearhulk. Thank you, opponent. We could just say that I am named after the popular singer. The thing is, the popular singer is, like, at most 2 years older than me. So, like, I don't know that that it actually flies, if that makes sense. We shall play this Formidable Speaker. Discard this Seam Rip that is currently... no. The Seam Rip is actually pretty good if they ever play any of their creatures we care about. We will grab this Ouroboros. We'll play this Ouroboros. We can't tap this for 4. So we can only play this as a 2. So we'll just pass to our next step. We'll attack with our Gearhulks. Take our opponent down to 7. end the turn. Oh, they're playing cats. They have a cat lord, and whenever cats enter, they make more cats. Just so many cats, all the way down. I don't think it's going to matter, though, because we're going to be able to do this. So, Mockingbird, X equals 3. Copy Ouroboros. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so they are playing a whole bunch of cats and life gain creatures. Maelstrom Resolve is probably good. Soul Guide Lantern and Keynote Curator we probably don't need. Seam Rips are probably good. They just didn't draw. Exactly. Making a name for yourself. See, I would love to do that, but it's also like, I do have the misfortune of having like the most generic name ever. So it's like, yeah, my name is Sam Smith. I'm here to make a name for myself. And I'm like, even if I became wildly famous, I'm the like 15th most famous at best Sam Smith. And like, I'm never gonna catch the British singer. Elwinsuki, I'm just now reading your Frieza joke, which I do find very funny. Oh, okay, so this hand pops off if we ever draw a second land. And I'm willing to tempt fate. See, this is why we brought in... Oh, there we go. Drew the second land, never didn't have it. I'd say, knowing you personally, Rat King, and knowing your girlfriend... I'm totally on board with this. I would just say you definitely should wait to do that until you two do eventually get married. Because then it's free. Simply as a time and cost saving plan. I will trade a Leyline Weaver for that. And then we can Explosive Prodigy. Blow up the Vanguard. Reluctant Role Model number 2. Gross. But we can play a Formidable Speaker and block it forever. The plan currently. Plan gets better if we can draw... Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say, you and I have come up with the same plan here. Which is, change your name after you have gotten married. But you can change it to a cool new name that you both like together. We don't need this Shimmer Wild's Growth. We'll go grab this Ouroboros to play eventually. And then tap this Badger Mole Cub. Exactly! Elu and Suki sees the vision. We all support this lifestyle choice. Okay, this Authority of the Consuls is annoying, but like, we are so far ahead that it really doesn't matter. Okay. I need you to go away. We'll tap the Explosive Prodigy. We have added 1,000,000 green mana. again, 1 million green mana. Opponent's gaining a lot of life. There we go. Finally something to do with all of our billions of green mana. Get rid of this. How much mana can we generate? This is 7. Opponent has 1 million life, but I think we're okay with that. Seam Rip into Mockingbird next turn is gonna go hard. Especially since we don't, like, actually need to play any more creatures ever again this game. Yeah, this Grand Abolisher means nothing. The thing is, Rat King, I think that it's very easy to meet the restrictions you have, though. Like, I don't think it's really that big of an issue. I would like to Seam Rip and eat your Authority of the Consuls. And then I would like to pay X equals 3. Why did you not let me pay X equals 3? Or a Boroid. Fiore is also really fun. I do like Fiore. We don't have anything in our graveyard that we'd want. We don't have anything in our opponent's graveyard that we'd want. So let's just go to combat. Start attacking for 1 billion. Okay, our opponent has seen enough. Oh, well, I can start explaining more things, Elwinsuki, for sure. We are playing a less than, like, ideal version of it, but the general idea of the game of Magic the Gathering is that at a fundamental level, essentially, I am a wizard, our opponent is a wizard, and our deck is all of the various things that we can use our wizard powers to, like, summon, because we have met them and we know something about them, and either we've, like, made a deal with them and all that stuff. And then lands are the resource that we use to be able to generate power to summon the creatures. This is like if you're looking at a storytelling framing of it. But essentially, as a rules base, what it is that I have 20 life and my opponent has 20 life, and there are largely 2 main ways to win the game. Either your opponent gets to 0 life from 20, or they run out of cards in their deck and try to draw a card. And so you have a whole bunch of different strategies that all try to compete along that. Our strategy is very much, we are just trying to make a lot of creatures, which are the things that are in the middle there, the monsters that you summon, and make them really, really powerful, like really big numbers on them, and then attack our opponent with them, because usually we get a wide enough board with big enough power and toughness that they can't deal with it, and then our opponent loses the game. And that's pretty much all we are trying to do. And there's a lot of ways to do that. Ours that we are focusing on is built very much around just having a whole bunch of creatures, like our Llanowar Elves, or our Gene Pollinator, or our Leyline Weaver, that are creatures that can act sort of like lands, in that we can tap them and that they add mana, just like lands do. So we can try and cast big spells earlier than our opponent can. And then the key cards to help us do that are things like Badgermole Cub. Whenever we tap a creature for mana, we add an additional mana, so we're now doubling all of the mana we're creating. And then we're combining that with very powerful cards like Formidable Speaker, which lets us discard a card from our hand to get any creature out of our deck, or Nature's Rhythm, which we just have to pay the amount of mana it would cast to cast the creature we're looking for, +2, and then we can grab that creature out of our deck and put it immediately into play. And that's the main idea of what we're going on here, is we're trying to make a lot of mana, and then use that mana to play very powerful creatures, and then use that to kill our opponent. At a very simple level. There's a lot of other nuances to the game that can be done, and if you come up with any questions while you're watching, please feel free to ask them. I love answering them. But that's our main game plan. There are other game plans that exist that are also very good. Our opponent's game plan that we were playing against just then, their whole game plan was they're like, hey, if the game only ends when you get to 0 life, their whole deck was built around, well, what if all of my cards help me gain more life? So then it's a bigger ask to try and go from, instead of trying to go from 20 to 0, now you have to go to, like, at the end of that last game, our opponent had 30 life. And so it's like, now we have to do 30 damage or we don't win. And, like, for us, it doesn't really matter since we're attacking with really, really big creatures, and so we're going to be able to do a lot of damage. But for decks that only have small creatures, that are like this one, that's like, this one only ever has 1 power and 1 toughness, they'd have to attack with this Brightfield Glider 30 times. And if they're gaining 1 life a turn, you're at a stalemate. And so there's a lot of things like that. Some strategies are built around making so your opponent can never play any cards. Some strategies are built around having your cards die and then bringing them back from the dead. There are strategies built around playing a whole bunch of cards in 1 turn, and then hopefully that wins you the game. There's infinite strategies, which is what makes this game so exciting and so much fun. What we are doing specifically is, at the beginning of the year, I wanted to see how easy it would be to start completely over. Of just like, I've been playing this game for almost 22 years, and I've been playing on this client since launch in around 2015. So I have 11 years worth of practice on just this client alone. Yeah, well, it depends on what B Done is playing and what format he's in, but it is crazy. And so the whole idea is, what if we start over from 0, and if I just know what I know now and prioritize specifically cards that I know are going to be really, really good for a really long time, how fast can we go from brand new to, like, actually competitive, high level, like, we could take these decks to tournaments, and, like, what would our win percentage be on the way there, and is that experience even fun or enjoyable in the new idea? Since, like, generally my experience in playing Arena, which is the name of this client, is that it's really annoying to play if you're behind, because the economy on this game is very bad. And the economy being, like, the way to acquire cards and to craft new cards and to get packs and things like that is a generally pretty negative experience. And then if you're trying to play Arena and you're trying to be competitive, if you don't have all of the best cards, which are either very expensive to get because you can pay real world money to get them, but the conversion rate on real world money to good cards is very bad, or you just have to be really lucky and open them, like, what's that trajectory look like, and can we get to a tier 1 or tier 2 deck and, like, actually make some progress and have fun along the way? And my hypothesis that I had when I was having this conversation with my roommate was that it would be miserable, whereas my roommate was like, it's actually probably going to be pretty fun if you, like, have an idea and you know what you're doing. And we're now about 3 months in, and admittedly, we've had our ups and downs. We've had our roller coasters of a journey. But in 3 months, we've gotten, admittedly, very lucky, but we've also built very smart into, this is a very good deck. Is it tier 1, tier 2? Maybe. It's probably closer to tier 2 than tier 1, but we've built a really good deck that does play really, really well. We've made some smart improvements, and my hypothesis has been proven. I am very good. I have played at kind of not the highest level of competition, but I've played at the second highest level of competition. I've won a lot of tournaments and stuff like that. So, like, the true new player experience of, like, someone like you, Elo and Suki, that knows literally nothing, will differ from this. But what I'm trying to work out here is, like, if I were to create, either like a series of videos. No, totally fine, Olensuki. Or I've already made a spreadsheet of like, here's the things that are most important to grab and do things like that. Could someone like you or like my own parents, like my dad has tried to learn how to play Magic the Gathering because both me and my younger brother have been into it several times over the years and just has never fully grasped it. If I made the resource though, could a brand new player get to this same point and parallel our experience? And the answer is probably yes, but the more important thing is my hypothesis of this being miserable to do has been disproven. I'm having a great time, and honestly I think that we're all having a really good time watching this, is my hope. But yeah, that's the plan. I appreciate the alley-oop on that, Rat King. I have, admittedly, in the like several years that I've known you, never played Magic with you, so I can't speak to how good you are. But I am actually very good at this game. It is kind of the only game that we actively stream that I am genuinely good at. Other than like Football Manager, I'm also genuinely good at Football Manager. But most of the things that we stream here on the Jank Drawer are games that I'm like either not actually good at and are learning, or games I've never played before, and so we don't know if I'm good at them yet or not. This is the one thing that we stream on Mondays where I'm like, no, I am genuinely like, I've put in my 10,000 hours. I've played at like the higher levels of competition in this. Like I am genuinely pretty good, and I have some good things to say about it. But let's open our pack. We like opening packs. It's the little bit of gambling that we get to micro-rose every single day. This, I don't think there's anything super exciting about, other than actually I really like this common wild card. So let's look at this rare. And for the third time, it's Madame Null Power Broker. I don't really have much to say about this, so I think we're just gonna be done with this one. They can't all be winners. Yeah, very casual is very fun. So the thing is like one of the main differences between trying to play with Be Done versus me is that he specifically has a very, very hard time not playing at the highest level of competition that he can play at, whereas I'm much better at meeting the group at whatever level they want to be at and playing poorly and playing casually, because I also very much I enjoy this more when I play it as a casual game than when I try to play it as a competitive game, is my take on it. What that means is that when it comes to like the highest levels of competition of like getting to the upper ends of the ranked ladder or doing things like that, I'm not as good as him, but it's also because I don't only have the one mode of trying to be hyper competitive. I can be hyper competitive, but I much rather would just be like super chill about it. Sorry, gotta confirm with my buddies that we're doing this stuff tonight. Okay. Let us jump back into the ladder. Exactly. No, I 100% agree with you. So I am clinging to relevancy in this game, but like, especially since I lost my job, I haven't had the capital to like in paper actually keep up. But we've also been doing stuff here on Arena. And I am just entrenched enough in the community that if I actually wanted to go very competitive again, which I am thinking about doing, because the content we could generate off of it would be good. I could probably borrow decks to use or cards to use and things like that, and it wouldn't be an issue. all that to say is, like, draft is also my favorite way to play Magic the Gathering, because I view it as, like, the great equalizer of essentially, it puts us all on such a level playing field because we are all trying to do the same type of thing. This is a banger of a hand. And I think that I'm very good at identifying in that vacuum what my strategy should be and evaluating the cards that are put in front of me in a way that makes it deeply beneficial. Okay. Opt, I don't know what to think about, because there's a lot of good blue-red decks. I don't know that any of them are playing Opt. A lot of them are playing ways to... Oh! Scalding Viper leads me to believe that this is specifically... like... actually mono-red. You know, totally fair. 100% understandable. I'm just gonna play this 2-mana 3/3 and hope that that's gonna be good enough for us to... No, they're playing basic islands. I don't know what our opponent is doing. They discarded 2 islands. They have sorcery instant, land. Okay, so them not being able to just play that Winter Night Stories this turn is going to be good for us. Okay, if you want to Burst Lightning my Battle Cup now, I'm also fine with that. Because that means my Keen-Eyed Curator is going to be a 7/7 next turn. And that's kind of busted. That I just get to have this 2-mana 7/7 with trample. They discarded another Winter Night Stories. So I'm gonna eat their other Winter Night Stories. And then I'm going to eat another Winter Night Stories. And then I'm going to eat my own Badgermole. And their island. And attack for 7. Okay. They don't want to attack. Fine by me. Ooh, so they're Spelementals. Okay. So we're going to tap my Curator in my breeding pool. And I'll just play another Llanowar Elf. We'll take a damage. It's fine. It gives us multiple blockers. Honestly, screw that. So I'm not expecting Scalding Viper out of Spelementals. Is that a new thing that they're doing? Block both of these. Because currently right now they actually can't cast another Eddymurk Crab. Because they don't have any instants or sorceries in their graveyard. Which I find hilarious. They could cast a Hearth Elemental if they wanted to. Okay, Multiversal Passage. For a white, pay 2 life. Honestly, just eat their graveyard. Make another Keen-Eyed Curator. They go down to 2. My second Keen-Eyed Curator has Trample. Okay, so now they can Eddymurk Crab. We need them to not draw Sunderflock. Sunderflock is the only thing we lose to here. But if they had Sunderflock, they would have just played Sunderflock. Okay, we're gonna need an opt under this one. Okay, our opponent has seen enough. There we go. Okay, so Spelementals, actually a horrible matchup for us. We did have the literal best card in the matchup for us, which was our Keen-Eyed Curator. We also need to bring in our Soul Guide Lanterns and our Scavenging Ooze. Seam Rips are essentially dead. Shimwild's Growths are dead, and Explosive Prodigy is dead. We need our Detect Intrusion and our Disdainful Stroke to be able to block the Sunderfolk. Well, not block, but to counter the Sunderfolk. And then we just have to literally hope and pray that we don't get absolutely got. So this is not a great hand. We can find better hands. This is a better hand. Once again, not a great hand, but it is a better hand. I'll just get rid of the Aurora Awakener. We're never going to cast it. The main thing here is that we get this Soul Guide Lantern already, which is going to be really nice. Because that's one of our main answers, is that they're going to try and put a whole bunch of instants and sorceries in their graveyard. And this just gets rid of all of them. Like this one. And we can just play this Multiversal Passage tapped. Or maybe not. Just because now we get to have this Gene Pollinator. And we can play the Soul Guide Lantern. Eat this Burst Lightning. Keep them low on things they can do. Because their deck entirely functions off the fact that if they put enough instants and sorceries in their graveyard, they can play their big Eddy Merc Crabs and their Hearth Elementals for very cheap, and then try to get out to a really big lead. And if we have a Soul Guide Lantern, we can just get rid of their entire graveyard. Then they have to pay retail, and those are 6 and 7 mana spells. On white, we'll leave it tapped. They only have 2, 3, and they can recast this Harmonize, but we can... If they play a big creature... Like, they could cast a Hearth Elemental right now, I think, is the best thing they could do. And we can Disdainful Stroke that. And then exile their graveyard. I'd rather just them... Okay, so yeah, there we go. So this we can Hearth Elemental Disdainful Stroke. And then we'll just get rid of our opponent's graveyard. Play this Formidable Speaker. Get rid of this Mockingbird. Honestly, I think we just go grab a Quantum Riddler so we can get the card draw next turn. And then they're going to try and put things in their graveyard again. We're just going to Soul Guide Lantern next turn. So this puts 2 things in their graveyard. One of them is a Hearth Elemental, which that's actually kind of huge for us. So we can Soul Guide Lantern. Just immediately eat this Abandoned Attachments. And then we can warp in this Quantum Riddler, draw 2 cards. Two Badgermole Cubs I don't hate. I don't love them, but I don't hate it. They're a thing to do, which is nice. Okay, we're back to 1 creature, 1 instant and sorcery in graveyard. So we don't need to crack our Soul Guide Lantern yet. It could be a Hearth Elemental. They could cast a Hearth Elemental this turn. Their own Quantum Riddler just hardcast is, I think, fine, since we're just going to hardcast our own next turn. Or the turn after. Spell Snare. Honestly, great discard for us from them. Because we have 2 things that could be countered by a Spell Snare in our hand. We're getting to a point where, like, them having things in their graveyard matters less and less. Just because they already have 6 mana. And so, like, if they wanted to Sunder Folk, or if they wanted to play, like, an Eddy Merc Crab or a Hearth Elemental to get their Sunder Folk thing, they can just now hardcast them. I think what we are going to do is we're going to tap this, and then we're going to use one of this green to untap it. And then tap it again. Play a second Quantum Riddler. And just now we have 2 Quantum Riddlers. Our opponent has 1 Quantum Riddler. Drew our Detect Intrusion, which is our Sunderfolk answer. Now that they've played this Adrimurk Crab, it's a little annoying, because they are probably going to have a Sunderfolk in their hand. And if they do, we don't have a clean answer for that. So we just need to fade Sunderfolk off the top. Nope, they've got the Sunderflock. There we go. Okay. Does that make things really bad for us? So we need to... Six, 7, 8. We need to discard 1 card. Discard this starting town. This is, we need to be able to get another... If they play another Sunderflock, we need to be able to Detect Intrusion it so that we can have any chance of getting back in this game. Going to have to take 9. Okay, that's annoying. You have a Sunderflock now? You didn't have a Sunderflock, okay. So, Leyline Weaver. I think this game's just over. I think we lose game 2. And we just have to be... Luckily, we will be on the play for game 3. And we actually played that quite well until we let them Sunderflock us. This just doesn't do anything. This is good. This is a great opener. This does a lot of things. Keep this. Honestly, put away the Ouroboros. This Bright Glass Gear Hulk is nice. I don't know that we can cast this Bright Glass Gear Hulk, so maybe we should have kept the Ouroboros so we could Nature's Rhythm for the Gear Hulk, but The Gearhulk gets us answers to our opponent having instants and sorceries in their graveyard. They are very much we have a million ways to put our creatures into the graveyard deck. They have like every burst, lightning, and shock in the world. It's their whole strategy. So, do have some issues that we need to overcome here. Namely, we would love one more mana. And unfortunately, what we have to do with our one more mana is get our Curator. Since they're already up to 4. So like they can Eddy Merc grab us right now. Or Hearth Elemental. And they still can. And either one of them right now, I think they can do... Like, Hearth Elemental was 1 mana, and they can still Winter Night Stories this turn if they wanted to. Okay, so now they should have all 4 card types. No, they don't. They don't have sorcery anymore in their graveyard. They did play 2 Hearth Elementals this turn. So we have to eat an instant. Creature. Land. Instant. So we don't want to eat our own natures with them, but we can if we have to. Thing is, this Kavero can become our own Keen-Eyed Curator again if we have to. We do just need to find a blue source. We have a lot of blue sources in our deck. Okay. So we are going to be able to get back onto the eat all of our opponent's cards out of their graveyard plan. They are going to use this Winter Night Stories right now, I'm sure of it, because it's such a big engine for them. Just draw a million cards. Put a million instants and sorceries in their graveyard. It's like, for now we are 100% certain that if there is anything that our opponent has in their hand, it is at least 1 Sunderflock. And that is not an answer to a Sunderflock. We have to bluff like it is. So we have to eat as much as we can, but we can't eat everything. Because we need to bluff that we have either of our counter spells. Okay, so that's annoying. But like I said, if we draw a blue source, this Kavero becomes another Keen-Eyed Curator. They got rid of their flash freeze. We don't have to worry about that anymore. You have another shock? They do. Okay, so then we're gonna just have to use this to eat as much as we can, while still leaving card types. Welcome back, Elwinsuki. Okay. So, we are losing a game against one of our worst matchups. So this is a deck whose entire thing is they're trying to put cards called instants and sorceries in their graveyard. And then when they do, it makes it so that they can cast creatures like this one that are very expensive for very cheap. And then it lets them cast other very expensive creatures in their deck for also very cheap. It is the natural enemy of our deck in that this is literally a deck that a friend of mine who plays on the Pro Tour, which is the highest level of difficulty that you can play this game at, who's a local to me, and I've played with him a lot. His team built this deck to beat my deck, and it does that very, very well. We'll get a win in the next one, hopefully, but we are for sure losing this one. Like, this is an undeniable... We are definitely losing to our worst matchup. Which, I mean, we played a better game than I thought we would against it, considering how bad of a matchup it is. Ooh, we got a free rare, Yaren Oski, Weaver, and Guide. When it enters, look at an opponent's hand, choose a card type other than creature, spells of the chosen type, cost 1 more to cast. Honestly, fun. So we'll try and get a win in this next one. There we go. Because that one was very much a like, yeah, I know we would love to win every game, but at a certain point, there are some games that I do not think we can win, and that is one of them. Take the play here. This is fine. We'll keep this. We don't have a turn 1 play, but that's okay. Our turn 2 play is pretty good, and our turn 3 play is very good. Into our turn 4 play, which is incredible. Honestly, we could probably turn 3 this. And that's probably very good. It is... So the thing that I will tell you, Elwinsuki, is that this game can be very hard, but it can also be very easy. It entirely depends on your willingness to learn it goes a long way, and then how good you want to be. I'm fine to provide guidance. I mean, like, that's what we're doing here. That's the whole point of the stream, is to provide guidance here. Do you have a counter spell? They do. Okay. But it also just, like, everyone has different goals for what they're trying to accomplish in Magic the Gathering. And so, like, for me, I'm trying to, like, genuinely be very, very good at it. And... Okay, so I have exactly 3 things they can hit, and only one of them is an actual card. So they're going to definitely hit this Gene Pollinator. Simulator Icon Synthesizer is a bad get for us. Simulator games are fun. I like playing simulator games. I play a lot of simulator games on the channel. The game that I am going to be playing tomorrow is a simulator game. Okay, so we want to get... What even do we want to get in this matchup? Like, what is good? Maybe just this Ouroboros. And then draw some cards. So I've been playing specifically Arena since 2015. I've been playing Magic the Gathering since... When did I start playing Magic the Gathering? 2004? 2004, I think, is when I started playing Magic. Oh, wow. That's gross. What's your favorite simulator game to play, Elowensuki?
Yeah.
Yeah, 2004 was when I started playing Magic. So this is another really bad matchup for us in that they just make so many of these constructs and we only have like 2 answers to them in our entire deck. All 75 cards. So bring in Urna Gates. Bring in that, bring in this. Bring in Seam Rips, Unable to Screams, Insidious Fungus, Rex Sage. Take out Soul Guide Lantern. Ooh, car racing games and watching games are fun. My favorite simulator at this point is Retro Rewind Video Simulator. I have watched people play, and I also think is very, very fun. I think that game unironically slaps. But I also remember going to video stores, so, like, that goes a long way. My favorite simulator right now is that I have been playing a lot of Football Manager, which is a soccer or football simulator, depending on if you're American or not. Oh, it's such nostalgia vibes. It's super dope. All of that's bad. This is also not good, but it's better. I just also think it's really funny. It says it's the same soccer game, so it's essentially you become the manager of a soccer club somewhere in the world, and then you basically just look at a spreadsheet all day, and then that's the game. Like that's the entirety. Like it's not more complicated than that. You're just looking at spreadsheets and you're looking at players, and then it simulates all of your matches for you, and you're trying to accomplish different tasks. So like the task that we are trying to accomplish right now on the save that I'm doing on stream is we are trying to take a team that was in the 3rd division of Italy all the way back to the 1st division of Italy. And that's the whole goal. Yeah, so you directly become the manager, and then you're in charge of training, you're in charge of signing and recruiting players, you're in charge of selling players, you're in charge of tactics, you're in charge of everything. And it's very intensive, but I genuinely love it. Like, it is one of my favorite games. I've been playing it for a very long time. I really, really enjoy every aspect of it. It's very similar to, like, a manager mode from, like, any other sports management game, like a racing simulator, or a... like your Maddens or your EA FCs or your insert various NCAA, NBA 2K, stuff like that. Not your career modes, but your manager modes. And it's a lot of fun. I really enjoy it. It's not as great for stream, necessarily. It's a very niche audience, but I stream it anyways because it's something that I just genuinely enjoy. For me, it's also like really fun because like as opposed to things that have like a strong inbuilt story and narrative to them, Football Manager doesn't. We need to draw land. We did not draw land. That's pretty bad. It is a fun game. I really enjoy it. But it is very much a like, it's pretty niche. I can understand some people having it not be their jam. It's similar to Magic the Gathering in that like, for people that don't know what's going on, it's a very steep learning curve and therefore it's really hard to learn it. This is going very poorly. Elu and Suki, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it looks like we might lose this game as well. Very much wanted to win it for you, but... Manager of Portugal will be fun. You could do that in previous versions of the game, and you should be able to do it again in the future versions of the game. The current latest version of the game, they made a whole bunch of changes at like a fundamental level. Essentially, they were using a whole bunch of different... they moved over to an entire new engine, so they're now on the Unity engine, so they could give you better graphics. But as part of doing that, their development timeline, they were so far behind that you can't do international management right now, which is a little bit of a bummer. But in previous versions of the game, you have been able to do international management. It's very fun. I thought you were good luck for me too, but now, to be fair, we were on a like unreal tear of games up until this point, and then it is about time for us to come crashing back down to average of just like, we went on a real tear in Standard for a really long time to end the month of March, and now we're coming back down of like, hey, there we go. Usually I do just draw a bunch of lands. Rat King is there. We do... Maybe that's what I'll work on. Since I don't have D&D today, that's what I'll work on, is I'll finally get the, like, here's all of the... Oh, thanks for the follow, Elu and Suki. It means a lot. I'm glad that you want to hang out. If you want to keep hanging out, we can do... You can join us in all the other places. We're trying to build a community here. So these are all the places I make posts on Blue Sky, on Instagram. We have a Discord that should be free to join. You can hang out. I post all of the things of like when I put YouTube videos up, when we go live, it's all there so you don't miss it. We'd love to have you around. It seems like you'd vibe with a lot of the things we do on the channel. Okay, I don't... Our opponent might just be gone. Eric may have left. My day's going very well. Honestly, this is a bright spot of my day, is being able to go live, and I genuinely look forward to that. And like, I've got a lot of like personal things going on in my life that are, you know, maybe not as great, but it really means a lot. It helps a lot with the whole, oh, thanks for gifting us up to Elu and Suki, Rat King. You didn't have to do that, but I appreciate it. We're doing well. Like, this no matter what else is going on outside of stream in my life, the ability to come on stream and just hang out and perform in front of people makes all the difference. Like, it is genuinely the best part of my day, and I'm so happy that I get to do it. Cool. So, nothing ever mattered. Still nothing ever mattered. We did just get... I don't pay you to do that at least once a week. You and I have had this conversation, and that like my dream of dreams is that someday I'm able to pay you to thank you for all the help you give me as both a mod and being like a business consultant that helps me with figuring out what I'm doing with my life. But as of right now, you are completely doing this of your own volition. I'll do that. We have lost this game. I want to make that abundantly clear. We lost this game when they played the Pinnacle Star Cage and we didn't draw an immediate third land to blow it up. But we've been playing it out just, you know, play it out. But it is pretty much there. See, I'd love to just kill his guys all real quick. The thing is that we don't have anything in our deck that can kill all of his guys real quick, and he has this card right here that whenever he plays an artifact in his deck, which is specifically mana value 3 or greater, which is almost all of them. That's okay, you can get going, Elwinsuki. We loved having you around. You probably came here after work is what I'm figuring, based off of, like, you're having to go get food. So, like, you feel under no obligation to hang around any longer than you have to. Dark Magician, my trap card. Unironically, I started watching Yu-Gi-Oh videos again yesterday to be like, what's the Yu-Gi-Oh meta up to? Because, like, do I play Yu-Gi-Oh? No. But I like checking in to make sure that it's just as deranged and crazy as I remember it being. And the answer is, it is. So, love to have that confirmation. I will have you be a construct. Okay, so yeah, even if I killed all the little dudes, now every time they play an artifact, they make 2 more little dudes. Oh, fun, Elwinsuki. I can understand how tiring that can be. Love animation. A great skill to have, one that I don't have, and I'm very jealous of people that do have. Well, the secret is, Elwinsuki, this is the only thing I've done today, is stream and eat lunch, and, like, take a shower and do some... I did have to figure out some stuff with, like, my health insurance this morning that was a little back and forth. One of the reasons that today has been kind of a mixed bag is a week ago, I got a letter in the mail, because I have a part-time job that doesn't give me benefits and also doesn't pay me a lot of money, but it helps a lot with just trying to get things going. And because I'm employed, the U.S. government, who is currently paying my Medicaid benefits, it sent me a very nasty letter in the mail. This one right here. I just had to make sure that it didn't have any information on it when I showed it on stream. There was just like, hey, you have 5 days to get us all of these questions filled out by your new employer and sent in, or we're canceling your benefits. And so I did the very responsible adult thing. Of the second I got that, I immediately sent an email to my HR representative and was like, hey, here's all of the forms that I need filled out. Here's all these things. Let me know how I can help you. Very strongly worded letter. So I sent it all in and then waited. And the next morning, when business started back up, I got an email from my HR person being like, hey, we can totally do that for you. I'm the wrong HR person for you to send this letter to. You need to send it to this HR person. Here's their email. It'll take 3 to 5 business days and it should be good. And I was like, cool. And so like that minute, I sent it all away and got it all squared away. I was like, cool. All my stuff's done. I should be totally fine. There shouldn't be anything going on that should be a problem for this. We should be A-okay. And so I did all that. we got it all squared away, and then the rest of the week went on, and I was like, "Kay, it's been well, let's make this black. It's been 3 to 5 business days this morning, and this morning was the deadline of when it needed to be sent in, and I did not have any email from them that they had done it, and it needed to be sent in today, or I wasn't going to keep my benefits. So there is a Discord, it's just I don't have a Discord command specifically. You just have to go through the socials command that does all of them. It's on my list of to-do things to break that out so that it is more than one command. Let's play this Leyline Weaver, and then we can play this Explosive Prodigy. And tap our Leyline Weaver, and then blow up their Voice of Victory. And then next turn, we can play another island and then play this Ouroboros. It's all good. It's all good. No, yeah, it does exist. There's even, if you joined a special place that you get to hang out since you're a mod, that's the moderators channel. That's currently you, me, and the other 2 moderators, Gantetsu and SC Sanjam X. Ellen Suki, I'm not going to add you on Discord, but you can join the Discord link in the Discord description. So this is, I think, a Mardu version of what used to be known as the Cage deck. I'd also say that decent part of the channel is a little bit of an undersell of how important you are to the way things run around here, and the channel as a whole. Rat King. So this Champion of the Weird is annoying for us to draw because we can't actually do anything with it. It's all good. The thing is that's not going anywhere, so if you come back, we have to literally work every single week. We'll just do 0 damage to this Toby, and you can hold on to it, and then you don't get to fake your own death. Silly little guy doing silly little things. Okay, our opponent didn't like that and has apparently conceded the game. We'll bring in our Seam Rips. Those seem really good. Our Melt Striders resolve. Unable to Screams. Take out all of our Graveyard interaction. Take out our Champion of the Weird. Our Shimmer Wilds growths. Sorry, I read your silly little guy doing silly little things and laughed to myself again. Because I do think that still underplays your involvement and how much we rely on you around here. Let's keep this. Okay. I don't know what to think about you. I think we can just Seam Rip it. Already, my thoughts on the deck today is that it goes way better without the tap lands. Like, it just is way smoother. Servandum. is here. I think we play this island. And then formidable speaker. Pitch the planes. Go get Ouroboros. So Servandum we specifically don't want to seam rip. He's someone that we want to unable to scream. Or we can just kill it right now, which I think I'm also fine with. Do you have... Ooh, if they have a fake your own death, yeah, that blows us out pretty bad. Because they get to come back, and they get to exile the Seam Rip. I knew they were a fake your own death deck too. We just kind of played really right into that one. That's annoying. Elspeth Stormslayer is a very good card. Someone didn't tell our opponent that they're not allowed. Sounds good. Tech guy comes tonight. You can fix the issue. Works for me. Like I said, there's also no rush. Like, we're not going anywhere here over the jank drawer, so you're more than welcome to just do what you can when you can. Tech problems are never fun, especially if you're like a freelance animator, which is what it sounds like. Like, that's gotta be really annoying. So we are going to be able to Quantum Riddler next turn, which will be nice. The drawers never move very far. The only day we won't be here today, this week, is we aren't going to be live on Wednesday, because I have a family thing going on. But every other day you'll be able to catch us here. Usually from 2 to 6, sometimes from 1 to 5. Fridays we usually go from like 2 to 9. So 7, this gets us to 11 damage that we take this turn. Less than ideal. This is a really dope Mardu deck that our opponent is playing, to be fair. The Servandum is going to pop off the second these two Thrill Seekers die as well. Yeah, that's not going to get us. Okay. So, we now know more about what our opponent is doing. And it is incredibly dope, but also I don't love it. So we just have to be a little bit faster. We need to get a hand that gets us going pretty quick. This is not a hand that gets us going pretty quick, but it could be. I'd rather see a different one though. This is also bad, but fine. We'll get rid of one of our Nature's Rhythms. Oh.
What are you doing, man?
D&D might be back on. The guy who canceled D&D is now hitting the group chat saying that he might not be canceling D&D. Play a Leyline Weaver. This gets us a Nature's Rhythm pretty early if we need to. Bye, Elu and Suki. Thanks for hanging out. We hope to see you again soon. Play this Llanowar Elves. I don't think we want to do X equals 1 on our Nature's Rhythm because next turn we can X equals 4. And I think we're fine just going to 3. Okay, so let's do X equals 4. Brightglass Gearhulk. Seamrip Mockingbird. Mardu Siegebreaker is annoying because they're gonna just get a million Gastel Thrillseekers, but we can block it with this Gearhulk really easily. Because we have First Strike. Okay. So our opponent saw the writing on the wall there. We're going to do an X equals 3. Make another Brightglass Gearhulk. Go get another Seamrip and another Mockingbird. We're gonna Seamrip the Gastel Thrillseeker that's still in play. Play a Gene Pollinator. Okay, our opponent has seen enough. Perfect. There we go. Well, I'll take a 2-1. Gets us to 95-76. Gets us a silver tier 1. An Arbiter of Woe is technically a legal thing we can get from these. Let's go play at least one more. Let's try and go to 5. In a vacuum, this hand slaps. So yeah, we'll keep this. Our opponent led on Basic Forest. Honestly, Basic Forest leads me to believe this is mono green landfall. And so actually getting this Ouroboros out as soon as possible is really good. So we just start getting big. Although they might... It looks like they're trying to pick a fight with our breeding pool right now, which I'm not a fan of. Oh yeah, exactly. They picked exactly a fight with our breeding pool. Meltstarter's Resolve is a fight spell. Intertapped. Okay, so that means that next turn we can't Ouroboros. So we'll probably just for Middle Speaker. They can't crew this, so that's nice. Honestly, just play the 2 mana 3/3. Currently, there are 0 cards in a graveyard either, so like, doesn't do anything. Oh, they're just elves? They're just some weird elves deck? Honestly, elves? Way cooler. They can make this Lumbering World Wagon a real creature now, though, which is going to be a problem. Okay. Elves, really? Well, it's a creature deck, so we're going to want to bring in all of our anti-creature deck cards. Take 6, go down to 12. So, next turn they can activate Soulstone Sanctuary. It'll be a 4/4 with Vigilance. Lumbering World Wagon's gonna be minimum a 6 or 7/4 since it attacks and makes another point of power. We can also eat it with our Kinogure. That would be rather aggravating, I agree. That was a problem that I have specifically in exactly one game with the mouse that I currently own. With my wired mouse. Is that, specifically only when I am playing Destiny 2, my mouse doesn't register all of my mouse clicks and registers only approximately, I would say, but only on certain guns. But it only gets maybe 2 or 3 of them. Okay, so we have to double block here, unfortunately. But I think we block to kill the Tyvar because it's the thing that they can pump all their mana into. Give me a land or a... Okay, this is a land. Explosive Prodigy that we can't cast currently. Do we have this Leyline Weaver? I think the Prodigy is definitely a misclick. So, currently they cannot make both World Wagons. Now they can. The annoying thing is we have to block both World Wagons. Honestly, that is a miracle. I will give that to you, Rat King. That is a miraculous feat that you've been able to just hold on to that for this long. So we have to block both World Wagons because if we don't, we just die, since they're going to be attacking with 11 power. Okay, so mono green elves, you say? You know, that's just the only frugal option. It's the correct choice. This was like a $40 Razer mouse from Best Buy. But I bought it at this point like 7 years ago and it still works, so we take that as a victory. Draw me a 1-drop. Oh, asking you shall receive. Sometimes you're just the best. And that is what happened here. Is that this time I was just the best. I do think we still lose, but draw land. Maybe we don't. We're only taking 4 damage. And we're killing this Soulstone Sanctuary, so... Ooh, okay, so we're going to... They attack with everything. We have 3 blockers. They have 6 attackers. So we do have to warp this in and try and get another 1-drop. We didn't get a 1-drop. And because of that, we have lost. But it was way closer than I thought it was going to be. Okay, Mossborn Hydra is not scary anymore. Also not necessary. Oh, they misclicked. We're gonna live. Okay, so because they clicked poorly, we're only gonna take 4 damage and we're gonna live. Which means we get another turn to try and get out of this. We can X equals 4 on this. For Gearhulk, Seam Rip, Gene Pollinator. I don't think it matters because they just have so much stuff, but like a Pyroclast. Yeah, I mean, I know a little bit about your job situation, so like I also wouldn't spend that. The thing is like I don't know what it is about. I don't know how it is at your job specifically, but at least when I was working a job where I had like a laptop from my job and all of the things that came with that, anything like mice or things like that were things that I was able to either have someone at the office buy for me, like with an expense account, or if I bought it myself, they would reimburse me. And then, like, the only thing was that when I left my job, I then, of course, couldn't take them with me. But I don't know what your situation is, but it's also probably one of those where, like, if you reached out, it could just be like, hey, my mouse is dying for my work-issued laptop. Will you give me another mouse? And they'd probably say yes. Don't need the Soul Guide Lantern. We don't need the Key Knight Curator. We actually kind of want the Champion of the Weird. We just want to be a little bit better with it. Aurora Awakener, Shimmerwild's Growths can come out. Agreed, but it's also like $10 is $10. It could also just be the like, hey, I'm buying this. Can you reimburse me $10? Okay, elves, really? I was just talking about this earlier. Like, there is a real elves deck in this format. Fair enough. Fair enough. At that point, if you're buying it for yourself, though, it's also one of those where it's like, if it's going to be $10 and you're leaving the job anyways, even if you don't keep the computer when you leave the job, you would keep the mouse because it's not theirs, it's yours. And then just buy the one you want. And if the one you want is a $10 one, go for it. Like, I'm not one to judge. Then you just have a sick wireless mouse going forward. And that's like never a bad thing. Oh, that's a horrible hand. This is also a bad hand, but like it at least can play this Leyline Weaver before they blow me up. And we can get rid of this Champion of the Weird. This hand is atrocious. We need to draw lands, but this isn't a bad hand, but it's still better than how bad our first hand was. Now, if our opponent wants to Llanowar our Elves trade, fair enough. Although, I had to get gas this weekend, and with the crazy gas prices that we have right now, thanks to the wonderful war that we are raging, like, honestly, it might be more than 15 cents. Yeah, no, I went to Smith's to get gas this Saturday. This Saturday, because I had a whole bunch of errands that I needed to run. And I go to Smith's because between my mom and myself, we usually are able to get enough of a discount that like it's actually pretty sizable. If I want to go there. And with all of that running around done, it got us to, like, just getting there, we were at a $1 off, and it was the only way I could afford gas, because I got to the pump, and at the pump, the price for the cheapest gasoline that I could get was, I think, $4.10? Yeah, it's ridiculous. I already take the train to work every time I go to work. Which, speaking of, I need to talk to my boss about that, because I am starting to suspect that, the train pass I'm supposed to have, I don't actually have, because when I try to tap my train pass to get on the train, it makes a different noise than everyone else who taps their train pass. So I don't know what's going on. And that's another phone call that I need to make this week. This Mutable Explorer has gotten out of hand quickly. Fair. My whole thing is that the train is free for me, or at least it's supposed to. That's supposed to be one of the perks for my job. I'm not supposed to have a lot of perks for my job, but one of them I am supposed to have is that it's supposed to be free to take the train. Another one is that I'm supposed to have access to, I think, the entire Adobe suite, which I also don't have. That one's less of a big deal, because I'm like, if I don't have access to Adobe, I don't have access to Adobe. That's really actually no skin off my back. This Mutable Explorer is going to be a problem. We can get rid of the Melt Strider's Resolve. We can't get rid of it, or because like it's a 3-drop. Okay, so we're gonna X equals 2. And go get our Badger Molka. And make this forest. And pass the turn. Yeah, no, the train being free is like one of the major perks of this job, and one of the major reasons that I really like it and want to keep it. And it's currently, so far, I have ridden the train every single time, and I've tapped my thing, and it's like, no one has told me, hey, we're gonna arrest you because you're not paying your train fare. But I don't know that it's actually free. You're gonna Melt Strider resolve again? Oh, they're gonna bite down and kill my Badger Molotov. Okay. Things are going poorly in We Never Saw a Second Land world. We're already one loss in. We can't afford to block because we don't have the mana? Well, it's a land, said to the tune of It's a Leaving. It might be cheaper. The train is only $250. And you live really, really close to a front runner. Yeah, like it's not expensive to take the train. The train is actually very, very cheap. Let's grab a Unable to Scream Mockingbird. No, we will not attack. We have to use this to block. Yeah, I mean, the thing is like, I spent $20 this weekend, and it was enough to take my tank from a quarter full to half full. So, like, times are tough. Times are less than ideal. Okay, we block now, because if we don't block, we die. Drew a Mockingbird. So, if we do this, it becomes a 7... like, 12? I think we just play... Leyline Weaver. Yeah, I think we Unable to Scream it. 7-11. We can block with this Llanowar Elf. Yeah, so I drive significantly less than you, and I fill up... Yeah, full tank is like 80. Yeah, I fill up every like 2 weeks. Keen-Eyed Curator is gross because they can definitely make it a 4/4. So I've got they have instant and creature. I only have creature, so we can't make this Keen-Eyed Curator 7/7 no matter what they do. They can exile my entire graveyard, but we could also seam rip this if we ever draw a white source. That'll be nice. 5-ish days is nice. I fill up usually once a month, but it is like usually a fill up from like almost empty to full on my car is $40, and now it would probably be more than that. My Llanowar Elf would love to jump in front of your Mutable Explorer. If you'd like to eat my Llanowar Elf, you can eat my Llanowar Elf. Well, you have that wonderful bike that you were looking for an excuse to ride the other day anyways, so I don't see an issue here. That's my thing, is like, for my job, I live 20 minutes away from work if I drive, which is not bad. Like, this is not a complaint again. This is, once again, a very reasonable thing. We will X equals 3. Make another Bright Glass Gearhulk. Go get another Seam Rip and another Unable to Scream. We will make no attacks. Because now we're getting to the point where we kind of just need to Seam Rip this Melt Strider's resolve. We will block. Because if we do that... Oh, this is going to hurt a lot. But one is not dead. We Seam Rip the Melt Strider's resolve. We can Mockingbird our Gearhulk. Go grab another Seam Rip and our own Melt Strider's resolve, I guess. And now we can triple block the Mutable Explorer and kill it. Yeah, I'm 20 minutes from my job if I drive it, and I am an hour if I take the train. So like it's ridiculous. Okay, they have made their Lumbering World Wagon. They're gonna do this to get a land drop for their Mossborn Hydra. We are just gonna have to kill their Mossborn Hydra next turn, which isn't hard. We're gonna kill their Lumbering World Wagon this turn. The Bright Glass Gearhulk shall block. The Melt Strider's resolve is just gonna have to happen. We don't have anything to Seam Rip, so we will Formidable Speaker. Pitch this Formidable Speaker. Ouroboros, why not? We can Ouroboros next turn. Hold on to this. Okay. Unfortunately, this does mean that they are going to make their Mutable Explorer a 12-14. So when we block with everything, it would trade. So instead, we're just going to chump. Play this tap starting town. Play this Ouroboros. Just because now we should be able to get more power and toughness per turn than they are able to get per turn. Because like right now, if they attack, we just triple block. And trade. Well, don't even trade, it just dies. Perfect. And then we can Unable to Screen. They're perfect, so it doesn't do anything. And then... attack for lethal? Like Omega Uber lethal? This is only game 2, which is ridiculous. We have to play such weird games against this opponent. In their just weirdo elves deck. I'm gonna say, yeah, they were dead to just first strike damage. So, there we go. Honestly, Rexage, Insidious Fungus don't seem bad at this point. They seem better than Champion of the Weird. Cavero? Just especially if they're gonna try and get into like the, yeah, I'm playing Blanchwood armor. It's just like, this game became over immediately if we had drawn any of our ways to just blow up a Blanchwood armor, because then they are attacking me with a 1-3. And like a 1-3 is way easier to deal with than a... Eventually when it died, it was like a 11-15. But yeah, no, the trains are great if you can use them. We don't have great public transit, but if you can use the public transit is very nice. You also work with enough people that, like, if you just took the... well, you also can take your bike on the train, so you can bike to the train station and then bike from the train station to work. And if it's part of your commute, you might also be able to reimburse your train pass to your job, too. If you buy weekly or monthly train passes, just be like, hey, because of the price of gas, this is a more cost-effective solution. Will you reimburse my train pass so I can do this? I do know that, since the train literally goes right past your office. I've been to your office enough to agree, yes, that is true. I had forgotten that. This seems dope. We'll lead Gene Pollinator. Oh, this is actually nice. I like this. We'll do this on... We don't have a option, really, so we'll do green. Do Unable to Scream. Finn the Fangbearer now becomes an O2. Play this Llanowar Elf. It has no text. Yeah, I'm trying to remember where the train is, but it's also like the train literally drives right past your office. So yeah, it is definitely walking distance. But also you have a bike, so like you can bike it. And then you can just leave your bike at work. Tender Wild Guide. I'd like to draw another land, please. Yeah, it wasn't a land. So I am mildly disappointed. But I will just kill your Tender Wild Guide while I'm here. Yes, it kills my Illustrator's Resolve, but like, it's not the end of the world. It's more problematic to let that thing live. Now, the best draw here would be another land. I would love another land. So it's now a 2-4, but it doesn't have Death Touch or Finn the Fangbearer text, so I'm down with you just like hitting me for 2. Especially because now I can just cast this Quantum Riddler. Sick. And then I have my Rexage to blow up your Blanchwood armor whenever. So like... If you want to attack me with your Finn the Fangbearer, you are allowed to do so. I will block. This is my promise to you. Oh, that's now annoying. We are going to now just blow this up. Now I won't block. Oh, you're not going to let me. You're just going to kill my Quantum Riddler, aren't you? Okay. No, I can't block, but now we do just kind of have to Rexage blow up this Hunter's Talent, because this Hunter's Talent will be a problem long-term, but that's okay. We can Badger Mole Cub, Rexage, blow up the hunter's talent. Warp in. Riddler. Warp in. Riddler. Just draw cards. Really? Well, I guess it is single. So single ride is just 250. So it depends on like if you can get a ride home from work, I would guess. Because like single ride tickets are 250, two-way tickets are $5. I can't remember how much a weekly pass is, but I can't imagine a weekly pass is more than $5 a day. Oh, that's annoying. They blew up my thing, so now their Finn the Fangbearer is a real boy. Our opponent is almost out of time. Play this Temple Garden. X equals 4. Should be pretty easy. We can do Bright Glass. We can go get Seam Rips and Mockingbirds. And then we can Seam Rip. Get rid of their Finn the Fangbearer. Play a Llanowar Elf. And like, I don't even think we want a Mockingbird, because we can just Mockingbird that next turn. Start the clock. Pass it over. Front runner specifically is... Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, I'm still thinking about tracks, not front runner. Yeah, 170 a month is a lot. Enduring Vitality, you say? I'd like another... Oh. Cancel that. Oh, no, that was bad. Well... I really misclicked that one. It'll be fine. Honestly, yeah, if that's the thing, then yeah, it makes no sense to pay $170 a month for a frontrunner pass, if that's how much it is. Okay, so I think our opponent has played a different deck every single game of this match. First, they played like a Turbo Elves strategy. Now they're playing like Finn the Fangbearer Death Touch strategies with Enduring Vitality. Like, I don't know what's going on here. Also, that was a wild choice for our opponent. Why would you not kill the Ouroboros? My Ouroboros is the thing that's going to kill them. Like, quite literally right now. 4, 8, 13, 17, 21, 26 damage, and they can block 3. They can block 5 of it. Still 21 and they have 17 life. Good game. There we go. This is also, I think, the first time I've ever played a match where I've seen someone get the "you have low time." Like, we almost won off of chess clock. We also hit gold, which I know that's a great place to be. Gold tier 4, first stream of the month. Great progress, great stream. We also got an achievement. What's our achievement? Cast 250 merfolk or sphinxes. Sphinges, technically. Over any number of games. Well, there we go. Okay. Well, with that then, chat, let's wrap things up. Thank you so much for watching. We got new subs, we got new followers, we're making great progress. It's a wonderful, triumphant return. Once again, as a reminder, stream schedule is going to be Tuesday, Thursday, Friday this week, and then next week it's going to be also a little bit impacted, but I'll know more specifics as the time goes on. We should be fine for 2 o'clock starts most days, but Friday is definitely going to be a later, probably closer to like a 5, and Friday is probably going to be like the last time I worked a Friday, in that we're probably just going to only do the Monster Hunter part of the stream, and we'll probably stream Monster Hunter from like 5 or 6 until like 9 or 10. And just only slay monsters. And that's, once again, next week. Thank you so much for watching. It has been wonderful to entertain you all. I have been Sam. This has been the Jank Drawer. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. And until next time, I'll see you later. I would like to see... We haven't raided in a while. Let's find someone to raid. Let's go to this person. They just have been live for 30 minutes and they are struggling just like we are. Oh, their stream's scheduled to end in 13 minutes, so maybe we don't raid. Well, then we'll just be done. See you all. Bye-bye.